Hey there, everyone. I'm meteorologist Valerie Mills. Thanks for joining me for Sky Tower weather now on this Wednesday afternoon. Hopefully you're all having a nice work week so far. Looking forward to the weekend, inching closer and closer to that. And I got to go out and actually do a cool story this morning, bringing you a sneak preview right now. This is a picture I took this morning over in Treasure Island, standing ovations. Big festival making a return after last year. They had to miss it right on the heels of the busy post-hurricane season that we had just after Milton rolled through. This event was canceled there on Treasure Beach and bringing the conditions back for a really lovely stretch for the festival. Things fully kicking off tomorrow, but all the way through Sunday, you're going to be able to head out there. It's going to be days worth of really fun things happening for standing ovations. We are talking live music, beer garden, food. There's going to be kite flying, and of course those 20 installations there sculpted from really professional artists from 5 different countries. So amazing. Definitely worth going out to see for yourself. But there's your little sneak preview there. We look ahead to the next couple of days across our Bay Area beaches. Yes, temperatures have continued on this warm stretch, running a couple of degrees above average, but at least that definitely makes for some nice beach conditions. Boating conditions have been pretty nice as well. We're going to be talking highs right in the low 80s each afternoon moving forward. Overall, light breezes, primarily this easterly wind, more of that onshore wind with some of that sea breeze driven onshore wind during the afternoon and evening. Otherwise, how about this picture? St. Pete Beach looking beautiful out there. Everything's nice and calm, a lot of blue sky, and just a couple of clouds in the mix. We look out around Pasco County for you. Just a ton of blue sky, only a few high-based clouds, but otherwise you see that view in Holiday, just nothing but bluebird sky there. And across Pinellas County, here's the view from Largo to Safety Harbor, really just calm on the water as well, and you see that across our St. Pete camera shot. So if you are hoping to start to get in on some of the holiday fun this weekend, maybe you have some family in town, it really is going to be a great one for any of the events outdoor happening just ahead of the Thanksgiving week, as we are overall going to keep this weather pattern rolling the next couple of days. So as we check on temperatures right now, most of the area in the 80s, a couple of upper 70s in the mix, 78 for Newport Richey, 79 Crystal River. Tampa, it's 81, Clearwater to St. Pete, 84, low 80s along the coast there for Sarasota and Manatee counties. And look at some of our inland locations. Sebring, 87 for middle end of November day. That is pretty warm to be talking temperatures just a couple of degrees out of the 90s. Even Tallahassee, Gainesville, 84 right now, low 80s for West Palm, Miami, down on into the Keys, Vero Beach, 78, Pensacola, 77. High pressure is in control. We have high pressure at the surface. We have ridging aloft. Just we look at all of the atmospheres, layers of the atmosphere, and overall just a tough one to produce any rain, and that's going to carry us through the next week or so. Even though we were talking about the potential for a spotty shower on Sunday, it really doesn't look like it's going to amount to much more than 10, maybe on the high side 20% rain chance. So at this point, not really going to be calling for much rain, even though we will track that weak front on the way just a couple of days out. I'll show you that in just a second. Dew points right now holding with the 60s for most of Tampa Bay, 50s as we had just north of here, and overall this pleasant feeling air is going to continue with dew points mostly bouncing between the mid-50s to the mid-60s. We will have a couple of fronts passing just to the north of us, and there will be some subtle fluctuations in the overall drier air mass and just how dry the air is sitting overhead, but it's not going to make a big difference for us in how it actually feels. So you see this yellow color here. This is looking at the moisture in the atmosphere. We just have this overall dry air continuing to rotate around the state. Note though, as we get into Saturday, this is this leading edge of some moisture out ahead of a front. Not very impressive. It just gives us a little bit of moisture to work with, and that's what I was talking to you about, those spotty showers that will come in for the state Saturday into Sunday. Then behind that front, you see that drier air that starts to move in pretty quickly. But look at the next 5 days on our rainfall map. as that front moves through, it's just really going to be a broken line of some showers for us. And so not a lot of that is going to make its way to our Central Florida spots. And you really kind of see that reflected on the rainfall forecast over the next 5 days. Just really nothing highlighted there on that map. So otherwise, the status quo, high pressure continues as we will be tracking. There you see that increasing chance for quite a bit of rain. All areas just to the north of us, and so maybe around North Florida we could get a little bit more of that rain as that front starts to move through Saturday into Sunday, but really kind of fizzles out overhead, so it's not necessarily going to be pulling in a ton of cooler air for us. It's not really going to be dropping our temperatures much on the backside of that front moving through. And there you see the rain. You kind of can see as it gets really cut off moving across the panhandle. Once we get into the blue colors more so for areas around Louisiana, Mississippi, into Alabama. That's where we could be picking up on 1 to 2 inches of rain. Most of the Sunshine State, though, just continuing on this dry stretch, which it is our dry season, so really no surprise to be talking about pretty much no rainfall in sight. But when we look back at the last 30 days, it has just been so dry all across our West Coast spots. This shows us the percentage of normal rain, and basically what we're seeing here, the areas in red, no rain whatsoever. Then we just jump a short drive over to Daytona Beach, Orlando, Melbourne areas. In some cases, they got double the rain and a little bit more in some odds of what they typically see for the past 30 days. So especially September into October, just wetter than normal conditions for the East Coast. That pattern really favoring a lot of heavy rain to move off the Space Coast, and you can see how that has impacted the drought. Just completely drought-free for all of the areas that have been a little bit more waterlogged with the heavy rain over the last couple of days. We're building back in more moderate, abnormally dry conditions. Pretty much all of our Tampa Bay spots. It's Highlands County and further east in Polk County where we are still running drought-free. Zoom out and give you a big picture though, and this really speaks to the story of the west-east coast pattern that we've had pretty much everywhere else in the state, building back in dry conditions, and especially the extreme drought conditions for areas around Panama City, Tallahassee, then extending into our South Georgia spots of Valdosta, also dealing with extreme drought conditions. So we're right in the heart of our dry season. Not any surprise that we're not going to have a ton of rain to chip away at that drought for the next couple of months. But it's interesting as we look back at the last month. This is the rain that we picked up on at Tampa International Airport. In August, we were closer to normal. It's really September where we started to build in those rain deficits. September, we typically see 5 to 6 inches of rain. We didn't even get an inch. October also running behind average, basically 1/4 of an inch, just over that for the entire month. So for the year, that puts Tampa at a rain deficit, a little over 8 inches. November deficit now just about 3/4 of an inch. And we're going to continue to see those climb just a bit as I've been talking about. No rain is in sight over the next week, and it is likely to continue on that. We actually typically see some of our best rain accumulations during these months if we get some tropical activity, which, as we know from last October, just completely a different year than what we are dealing with this October as things really started to quiet out for us in a big way toward the end of hurricane season. There you see those rain deficits, though, over a foot, up to 15 and 16 inches for areas like Venice as well as Brooksville. But look at your future cast here over the next couple of days. Few clouds in the mix, primarily winds coming in out of the east. See more of that onshore sea breeze driven wind for the late day time frame with a couple of clouds. There is still going to be the potential for some areas of patchy fog in the mornings. And then you see as we get to the end of the week, more of that rain potential continues across other parts of the south, but really just none of that for us as we continue to feel the influence. Now we look in the upper levels of the atmosphere, also this ridge of high pressure and this overall ridging effect just keeps us on this above average trend here. Things more active with a couple of dips in the jet stream, some storm systems continuing out west. And overall though, that main jet stream just staying a little bit confined farther to the north at this point. But as we start to look more so toward the end of November, starting to see some signs that maybe the jet stream becomes a little bit more active along the East Coast, and that would be our next chance for our pattern to change. It really looks like That will arrive for us just past our Thanksgiving plans. Otherwise, the heat is going to continue to stay, and just look at how much warmer than average a lot of these areas are. We're talking 15, 20 degrees above normal for areas from North Florida and all across the Gulf Coast. So for us, tracking above average temperatures, but not in the degree of 15, 20 above normal. Our average high in Tampa now down to 78. So still, we're going to be running about 5 to 6 above that each and every afternoon. Low to mid 80s in the mix for all of us, the exception near the immediate coast. We will have some temperatures topping out in the upper 70s to near 80, if not in the low 80s for some of the days there. Looking out over the next 7 to 10 days, though, this carries us right through our Thanksgiving plans. Thanksgiving is kind of the transition day. It does look like we still stay warm at this point. Near 80 degrees is likely our high for the day. Morning lows also in the 60s, but Black Friday and the weekend right behind Thanksgiving, that's the time frame that I was mentioning to you. Maybe the jet stream starts to become more active, opening the door for some actual cooler air and a more impactful cold front to head our way. So we'll continue to fine-tune that timing. At this point, it doesn't look like it's going to be any sort of impact in our Thanksgiving plans, more so the weekend behind that. So we take you out now to next Thursday. This is a peek ahead at some of the temperatures that we are looking at across the country. You see where that colder air is going to be in place. Highs in the 20s and 30s for portions of the Great Lakes. We're calling for 78 at this point in Tampa. 50s to 60s for other portions of the Gulf Coast and the Deep South. But let me give you a look ahead at any problems where weather might be kind of something to pay attention to for next week. So we jump ahead to next Monday. Now keep in mind, this is just looking ahead to the long-term forecast, but just kind of gives you an idea of where we're going to be tracking some of those storm systems setting up. Monday afternoon, we'll be watching areas around Texas, portions of the heartland, and up into the Central Plains. A storm system starting to move east there. So as we get then into our Tuesday morning, you see some rain for portions of the Northeast, Great Lakes, extending down to parts of the Southeast. Looks like it clears out though, and so you see that rain near the state of Florida, but nothing really too impressive for us on the way. We'll be watching more of that snow to spread in for the Northwest, the Rockies. If you're traveling to portions of kind of the West Coast, that could be some of the problem spots, just depending on exactly when you're traveling. And if we are going to start to see more of that snow moving in, carries you through Friday then, and that's what I was mentioning to you. This is the more likely day that we could be dealing with some weather here across portions of the Southeast. Things likely starting to become a little bit more active with our jet stream just at the end of the month. Otherwise, for tomorrow, there's a look at the day ahead. Mid-60s to get you going, topping out right in the mid-80s. Just a ton of sunshine and light winds to enjoy. Lows tonight, low to mid-50s, all in the mix for Citrus, Pasco, as well as Hernando County. About 51 Inverness and Crystal River. 56 around Land O'Lakes and Lutz. Will top out right around 60 for Brandon. 66 St. Pete, and around 65 is what we're calling for tonight in Tampa. Sarasota, Lakewood Ranch, a low of 62 for you tonight. Upper 50s around Northport Parish, and right around the mid-50s for Mayaca City, into Wauchula, Fort Meade as well. Winter Haven, 59 for you tonight. Lake Lindahane City, a low of about 57. Rinse and repeat for tomorrow. Low to mid 80s in the mix with primarily east to northeast wind, right around 5 to 10 miles per hour. That puts us about 7 degrees above average for a lot of our Tampa Bay spots. On the water, east wind out of the northwest later on, mostly keeping those at about 5 knots, seas 1 foot or less. Light chop on the bay, Gulf temperature sitting in the upper 60s off of Clearwater Beach. Heading into our high tide overnight, right around 12:15 a.m. into the early Thursday morning time frame. We're going to talk more details about what's going on in the tropics. We'll give you a look around the rest of the country and, of course, your 7-day forecast all to come. I'm going to send it off to a quick break, and here's a look at your local forecast ahead of that. everyone, welcome back into the show. Well, we are getting close to ending reaching the official end, I should say, of the 2025 hurricane season. Hurricane Melissa, that was the last storm that we were tracking. That ended up being a historic one, though, as it made a Category 5 landfall on the southwest coast of Jamaica. And it's really interesting as we look back at the storm tracks this season. We hammer that messaging every year. Every storm is different. Every storm will bring different hazards, but each season is unique as well. And look at the tracks, very overwhelmingly focused out in the Atlantic with a notable mark by these sharp turns and these curves out to sea. You see a lot of those storms ending up being fish storms. This is the first time since the 2015 season that we have had no Gulf or U.S. landfalling hurricane. So we're talking a very much an anomaly as far as the lack of hurricanes that formed and especially made landfall. But what was interesting, even though we technically were just shy of the average named storms per season, we did see a higher amount of the major hurricanes. And so this one was very notable for the rapid intensification that we saw for some of the storms that did form. Hurricane Melissa, no exception to that. It really capitalized on those warm Caribbean waters during a season that had so much wind shear in the Caribbean and just made it tough for storms to move in there and form in that area for so much of this season. Of course, no tropical formation anticipated. We've been saying that. It is not going to happen here before we end the season. Just look at all of this wind shear. We've been continuing to watch the tropical belt look less favorable because of the hostile winds, and all across really most of the Atlantic, just seeing all of these stronger fronts continuing to keep the atmosphere really hostile, and also the colder air really impacting our water temperatures, where we're now down into the upper 60s for a lot of waters here off the Sunshine State. Mixing still in some more mid 70s to low 80s, though, as we head further offshore. But we have really started to see that transition as we look to the Pacific of that transition to La Nina conditions. And this is expected to last through this winter. So they are calling for more so this La Nina setup right on through February of 2026. That doesn't just have impacts for hurricane season, but we do see that in some cases bring some impacts to our overall winter weather setup across the country. So what does that mean for us here for the state of Florida? Well, we're likely going to be trending drier than normal for the next couple of months. That's December, January, and February, calling for all of the South to be dealing with more dry conditions than normal, and also warmer than normal conditions really all across the South and up into portions of the Southwest and some of the mountainous areas of the Rockies, expecting temperatures near or above normal, and only just this sliver of the northern tier of the lower 48s highlighted in this cool trend for the winter months. So we'll see what ends up unfolding. I know for some of the skiers and snowboarders hoping to capitalize on some of that big snowfall, well, we've already started to track that, especially across the Sierras, getting a pretty nice dusting of snowfall and also coming with some rain as well. So we take you live. This is the view in Phoenix, Arizona, where we have been getting a lot of rain across portions of the Southwest, with more of these storm systems punching on the coast of California and then just bringing a lot of moisture as they move further east. So we look at the big picture here across the country. We are tracking that area of low pressure near the mid-Atlantic, dragging a stationary front then into portions of the central and southern plains. We focus more so on the west, though. You look at that area of low pressure just to the south and southeast of Las Vegas. Las Vegas airport yesterday dealing with flood advisories and a lot of heavy rain around the airport. At this time in the show, I was tracking some of that heavy rain. We continue to watch that spread through portions of the Four Corners region, and just depending on elevation, it's going to be either rain or snow all across the west. And more of that on the way still for California. You got a break and going to be building in another round as you kind of see that as we take you through the next couple of days. That also includes areas around Texas, highlighted to be getting a couple of inches of rain, it looks like, over the next 3 days. And so you look at this outlook for the rain and notice these colors here where we start to mix in the purples and the reds, this is quite a bit of rain that we could be talking about, especially for portions of South Texas. Then heading up into areas kind of into the lower Tennessee Valley, we'll be watching for this bullseye of a couple of inches of rain to be possible, as overall just the pattern is going to continue to stay a little bit more active for those states as we close out this week and then into this upcoming weekend. Going to start to see a little bit of improvement for areas around Texas and into New Mexico as some of that rain then starts to push a little bit further east for you as you start to get into the weekend plans. There's a look across the country for tomorrow. I'm going to send it off to one more quick commercial break, and we're going to talk more details with your local forecast and your 7-day to come. everyone. Taking you outside to St. Pete one more time before we close out the show. This is the view from Al Lang Stadium. Looking pretty glorious out there. Feeling a little warm. We'll call it comfy warm at 77. We take you over to our USF camera here in Tampa. Just a ton of blue sky, 86 degrees. Winds are calm. It's going to make for a nice evening if you're hoping to have dinner outside. Look at temperatures here through the dinner time frame, slowly cooling through the 70s. Not much wind to deal with into the overnight hours, but with the clear skies and the calm winds, we'll be watching for some patchy fog to be possible again early Thursday morning. I think through 8, 9 o'clock, that'll be more so the time frame, and past around 9 o'clock in the morning, any areas of patchy fog will burn off pretty quickly, expecting still mostly sunny and dry conditions. There's a look at your lows, mid 60s near the coast, low 60s for portions of Manatee, Sarasota counties, and then mostly low 50s for our nature coast spots to mid and upper 50s around our inland areas. For tomorrow, we'll be enjoying those 80s all in the mix. And as we take you to your 70s, mid-80s carry us right through your weekend plans. And just ahead of Thanksgiving, we'll be watching for an increase in clouds, very spot shower chance as our next best chance for a cool down to the 70s. That will be arriving right around and just after our Thanksgiving Day plans. We'll continue to fine-tune more of those details for you for your Turkey Day plans next week in just the coming days. Otherwise, thanks to everyone for being here with me. We'll see you back here tomorrow afternoon. Hey there, everyone. I'm meteorologist Valerie Mills. Thanks for joining me for Sky Tower weather now on this Wednesday afternoon. Hopefully you're all having a nice work week so far. Looking forward to the weekend, inching closer and closer to that. And I got to go out and actually do a cool story this morning, bringing you a sneak preview right now. This is a picture I took this morning over in Treasure Island. Standing ovations. Big festival making a return after last year. They had to miss it right on the heels of the busy post-hurricane season that we had just after Milton rolled through. This event was canceled there on Treasure Beach, and bringing the conditions back for a really lovely stretch for the festival. Things fully kicking off tomorrow, but all the way through Sunday, you're going to be able to head out there. It's going to be days worth of really fun things happening for Standing Ovations. We are talking live music, beer garden, food. There's going to be kite flying, and of course those 20 installations there sculpted from really professional artists from 5 different countries. So amazing. Definitely worth going out to see for yourself. But there's your little sneak preview there. We look ahead to the next couple of days across our Bay Area beaches. Yes, temperatures have continued on this warm stretch, running a couple of degrees above average, but at least that definitely makes for some nice beach conditions. Boating conditions have been pretty nice as well. We're going to be talking highs right in the low 80s each afternoon moving forward. Overall, light breezes, primarily this easterly wind, more of that onshore wind with some of that sea breeze driven onshore wind during the afternoon and evening. Otherwise, how about this picture? St. Pete Beach looking beautiful out there. Wings nice and calm, a lot of blue sky, and just a couple of clouds in the mix. We look out around Pasco County for you. Just a ton of blue sky. Only a few high-based clouds, but otherwise you see that view in Holiday, just nothing but bluebird sky there. And across Pinellas County, here's the view from Largo to Safety Harbor. Really just calm on the water as well, and you see that across our St. Pete camera shot. So if you are hoping to start to get in on some of the holiday fun this weekend, maybe you have some family in town, it really is going to be a great one for any of the events outdoor happening just ahead of the Thanksgiving week, as we are overall going to keep this weather pattern rolling the next couple of days. So as we check on temperatures right now, most of the area in the 80s, a couple of upper 70s in the mix, 78 for Newport Richey, 79 Crystal River. Tampa, it's 81, Clearwater to St. Pete, 84, low 80s along the coast there for Sarasota and Manatee counties. And look at some of our inland locations. Sebring, 87 for middle end of November day. That is pretty warm to be talking temperatures just a couple of degrees out of the 90s. Even Tallahassee, Gainesville, 84 right now, low 80s for West Palm, Miami, down on into the Keys, Vero Beach, 78, Pensacola, 77. High pressure is in control. We have high pressure at the surface. We have ridging aloft. Just we look at all of the layers of the atmosphere, and overall just a tough one to produce any rain, and that's going to carry us through the next week or so. Even though we were talking about the potential for a spotty shower on Sunday, it really doesn't look like it's going to amount to much more than 10, maybe on the high side 20% rain chance. So at this point, not really going to be calling for much rain, even though we will track that weak front on the way just a couple of days out. I'll show you that in just a second. Dew points right now holding with the 60s for most of Tampa Bay, 50s as we head just north of here, and overall this pleasant feeling air is going to continue with dew points mostly bouncing between the mid-50s to the mid-60s. We will have a couple of fronts passing just to the north of us, and there will be some subtle fluctuations in the overall drier air mass and just how dry the air is sitting overhead, but it's not going to make a big difference for us in how it actually feels. So you see this yellow color here. This is looking at the moisture in the atmosphere. We just have this overall dry air continuing to rotate around the state. Note though, as we get into Saturday, this is this leading edge of some moisture out ahead of a front. Not very impressive. It just gives us a little bit of moisture to work with, and that's what I was talking to you about, those spotty showers that will come in for the state Saturday into Sunday. Then behind that front, you see that drier air that starts to move in pretty quickly. But look at the next 5 days on our rainfall map. As that front moves through, it's just really going to be a broken line of some showers for us. And so not a lot of that is going to make its way to our Central Florida spots. And you really kind of see that reflected on the rainfall forecast over the next 5 days. Just really nothing highlighted there on that map. So otherwise, the status quo, high pressure continues as we will be tracking. There you see that increasing chance for quite a bit of rain. All areas just to the north of us, and so maybe around North Florida we could get a little bit more of that rain as that front starts to move through Saturday into Sunday, but really kind of fizzles out overhead, so it's not necessarily going to be pulling in a ton of cooler air for us. It's not really going to be dropping our temperatures much on the backside of that front moving through. And there you see the rain. You kind of can see as it gets really cut off moving across the panhandle. Once we get into the blue colors more so for areas around Louisiana, Mississippi, into Alabama, that's where we could be picking up on 1 to 2 inches of rain. Most of the Sunshine State, though, just continuing on this dry stretch, which it is our dry season, so really no surprise to be talking about pretty much no rainfall in sight. But when we look back at the last 30 days, it has just been so dry all across our West Coast spots. This shows us the percentage of normal rain, and basically what we're seeing here, the areas in red, no rain whatsoever. Then we just jump a short drive over to Daytona Beach, Orlando, Melbourne areas. In some cases, they got double the rain and a little bit more in some odds of what they typically see for the past 30 days. So especially September into October, just wetter than normal conditions for the East Coast. That pattern really favoring a lot of heavy rain to move off the Space Coast, and you can see how that has impacted the drought. Just completely drought-free for all of the areas that have been a little bit more waterlogged with the heavy rain over the last couple of days. We're building back in more moderate, abnormally dry conditions. Pretty much all of our Tampa Bay spots. It's Highlands County and further east in Polk County where we are still running drought-free. Zoom out and give you a big picture though, and this really speaks to the story of the west-east coast pattern that we've had pretty much everywhere else in the state, building back in dry conditions, and especially the extreme drought conditions for areas around Panama City, Tallahassee, then extending into our South Georgia spots of Valdosta, also dealing with extreme drought conditions. So we're right in the heart of our dry season. Not any surprise that we're not going to have a ton of rain to chip away at that drought for the next couple of months. But it's interesting as we look back at the last month. This is the rain that we picked up on at Tampa International Airport. In August, we were closer to normal. It's really September where we started to build in this rain deficit. September, we typically see 5 to 6 inches of rain. We didn't even get an inch. October also running behind average, basically a quarter of an inch, just over that for the entire month. So for the year, that puts Tampa at a rain deficit, a little over 8 inches. November deficit now just about 3/4 of an inch. And we're going to continue to see those climb just a bit, as I've been talking about. No rain is in sight over the next week, and it is likely to continue on that. We actually typically see some of our best rain accumulations during these months if we get some tropical activity, which, as we know from last October, just completely a different year than what we are dealing with this October, as things really started to quiet out for us in a big way toward the end of hurricane season. There you see those rain deficits, though, over a foot, up to 15 and 16 inches for areas like Venice as well as Brooksville. But look at your future cast here over the next couple of days. Few clouds in the mix, primarily winds coming in out of the east. See more of that onshore sea breeze driven wind for the late day time frame with a couple of clouds. There is still going to be the potential for some areas of patchy fog in the mornings. And then you see as we get to the end of the week, more of that rain potential continues across other parts of the south, but really just none of that for us as we continue to feel the influence. Now we look in the upper levels of the atmosphere. Also, this ridge of high pressure and this overall ridging effect just keeps us on this above average trend here. Things more active with a couple of dips in the jet stream, some storm systems continuing out west. And overall, though, that main jet stream just staying a little bit confined farther to the north at this point. But as we start to look more so toward the end of November, starting to see some signs that maybe the jet stream becomes a little bit more active along the East Coast, and that would be our next chance for our pattern to change. It really looks like that will arrive for us just past our Thanksgiving plans. Otherwise, the heat is going to continue to stay, and just look at how much warmer than average a lot of these areas are. We're talking 15, 20 degrees above normal for areas from North Florida and all across the Gulf Coast. So for us, tracking above average temperatures, but not in the degree of 15, 20 above normal. Our average high in Tampa now down to 78. So still, we're going to be running about 5 to 6 above that each and every afternoon. Low to mid 80s in the mix for all of us, the exception near the immediate coast. We will have some temperatures topping out in the upper 70s to near 80, if not in the low 80s for some of the days there. Looking out over the next 7 to 10 days, though, this carries us right through our Thanksgiving plans. Thanksgiving is kind of the transition day. It does look like we still stay warm at this point. Near 80 degrees is likely our high for the day. Morning lows also in the 60s, but Black Friday and the weekend right behind Thanksgiving, that's the time frame that I was mentioning to you. Maybe the jet stream starts to become more active, opening the door for some actual cooler air and a more impactful cold front to head our way. So we'll continue to fine-tune that timing. At this point, it doesn't look like it's going to be any sort of impact in our Thanksgiving plans, more so the weekend behind that. So we take you out now to next Thursday. This is a peek ahead at some of the temperatures that we are looking at across the country. You see where that colder air is going to be in place. Highs in the 20s and 30s for portions of the Great Lakes. We're calling for 78 at this point in Tampa. 50s to 60s for other portions of the Gulf Coast and the Deep South. But let me give you a look ahead at any problems where weather might be kind of something to pay attention to for next week. So we jump ahead to next Monday. Now keep in mind, this is just looking ahead to the long-term forecast, but just kind of gives you an idea of where we're going to be tracking some of those storm systems setting up. Monday afternoon, we'll be watching areas around Texas, portions of the heartland, and up into the Central Plains. A storm system starting to move east there. So as we get then into our Tuesday morning, you see some rain for portions of the Northeast, Great Lakes, extending down to parts of the Southeast. Looks like it clears out though, and so you see that rain near the state of Florida, but nothing really too impressive for us on the way. We'll be watching more of that snow to spread in for the Northwest, the Rockies. If you're traveling to portions of kind of the West Coast, that could be some of the problem spots, just depending on exactly when you're traveling. And if we are going to start to see more of that snow moving in, carries you through Friday then, and that's what I was mentioning to you. This is the more likely day that we could be dealing with some weather here across portions of the Southeast. Things likely starting to become a little bit more active with our jet stream just at the end of the month. Otherwise, for tomorrow, there's a look at the day ahead. Mid-60s to get you going, topping out right in the mid-80s. Just a ton of sunshine and light winds to enjoy. Lows tonight, low to mid-50s, all in the mix for Citrus, Pasco, as well as Hernando County. About 51 Inverness and Crystal River. 56 around Land O'Lakes and Lutz. Will top out right around 60 for Brandon. 66 St. Pete, and around 65 is what we're calling for tonight in Tampa. Sarasota, Lakewood Ranch, a low of 62 for you tonight. Upper 50s around Northport Parish, and right around the mid-50s for Mayaca City, into Wauchula, Fort Meade as well. Winter Haven, 59 for you tonight. Lake Lindahane City, a low of about 57. Rinse and repeat for tomorrow. Low to mid-80s in the mix with primarily east to northeast wind, right around 5 to 10 miles per hour. That puts us about 7 degrees above average for a lot of our Tampa Bay spots. On the water, east wind out of the northwest later on, mostly keeping those at about 5 knots, seas 1 foot or less. Light chop on the bay, Gulf temperature sitting in the upper 60s off of Clearwater Beach. Heading into our high tide overnight, right around 12:15 a.m. into the early Thursday morning time frame. We're going to talk more details about what's going on the tropics. We'll give you a look around the rest of the country, and of course your 7-day forecast all to come. I'm going to send it off to a quick break, and here's a look at your local forecast ahead of that. Hey everyone, welcome back into the show. Well, we are getting close to ending reaching the official end, I should say, of the 2025 hurricane season. Hurricane Melissa, that was the last storm that we were tracking. That ended up being a historic one, though, as it made a Category 5 landfall on the southwest coast of Jamaica. And it's really interesting as we look back at the storm tracks this season. We hear that messaging every year. Every storm is different. Every storm will bring different hazards, but each season is unique as well. And look at the tracks, very overwhelmingly focused out in the Atlantic with a notable mark by these sharp turns and these curves out to sea. You see a lot of those storms ending up being fish storms. This is the first time since the 2015 season that we have had no Gulf or U.S. landfalling hurricane. So we're talking a very much an anomaly as far as the lack of hurricanes that formed and especially made landfall. But what was interesting, even though we technically were just shy of the average named storms per season, we did see a higher amount of the major hurricanes. And so this one was very notable for the rapid intensification that we saw for some of the storms that did form. Hurricane Melissa, no exception to that. It really capitalized on those warm Caribbean waters during a season that had so much wind shear in the Caribbean and just made it tough for storms to move in there and form in that area for so much of this season. Of course, no tropical formation anticipated. We've been saying that. It is not going to happen here before we end the season. Just look at all of this wind shear. We've been continuing to watch the tropical belt look less favorable because of the hostile winds, and all across really most of the Atlantic, just seeing all of these stronger fronts continuing to keep the atmosphere really hostile, and also the colder air really impacting our water temperatures, where we're now down into the upper 60s for a lot of waters here off the Sunshine State, mixing still in some more mid 70s to low 80s, though, as we head further offshore. But we have really started to see that transition as we look to the Pacific, of that transition to La Nina conditions, and this is expected to last through this winter. So they are calling for more so this La Nina setup right on through February of 2026. That doesn't just have impacts for hurricane season, but we do see that in some cases bring some impacts to our overall winter weather setup across the country. So what does that mean for us here for the state of Florida? Well, we're likely going to be trending drier than normal for the next couple of months. That's December, January, and February, calling for all of the South to be dealing with more dry conditions than normal, and also warmer than normal conditions really all across the South and up into portions of the Southwest and some of the mountainous areas of the Rockies, expecting temperatures near or above normal, and only just this sliver of the northern tier of the lower 48s highlighted in this cool trend for the winter months. So we'll see what ends up unfolding. I know for some of the skiers and snowboarders hoping to capitalize on some of that big snowfall, well, we've already started to track that, especially across the Sierras, getting a pretty nice dusting of snowfall, and also coming with some rain as well. So we take you live. This is the view in Phoenix, Arizona, where we have been getting a lot of rain across portions of the Southwest, with more of these storm systems punching on the coast of California and then just bringing a lot of moisture as they move further east. So we look at the big picture here across the country. We are tracking that area of low pressure near the mid-Atlantic, dragging a stationary front then into portions of the central and southern plains. We have focused more so on the west, though. You look at that area of low pressure just to the south and southeast of Las Vegas. Las Vegas airport yesterday dealing with flood advisories and a lot of heavy rain around the airport. At this time in the show, I was tracking some of that heavy rain. We continue to watch that spread through portions of the Four Corners region, and just depending on elevation, it's going to be either rain or snow all across the west. And more of that on the way still for California. You got a break and going to be building in another round as you kind of see that as we take you through the next couple of days. That also includes areas around Texas, highlighted to be getting a couple of inches of rain, it looks like, over the next 3 days. And so you look at this outlook for the rain and notice these colors here where we start to mix in the purples and the reds. This is quite a bit of rain that we could be talking about, especially for portions of South Texas, then heading up into areas kind of into the lower Tennessee Valley. We'll be watching for this bullseye of a couple of inches of rain to be possible, as overall just the pattern is going to continue to stay a little bit more active for those states as we close out this week and then into this upcoming weekend. Going to start to see a little bit of improvement for areas around Texas and into New Mexico as some of that rain then starts to push a little bit further east for you as you start to get into the weekend plans. There's a look across the country for tomorrow. I'm going to send it off to one more quick commercial break, and we're going to talk more details with your local forecast and your 7-day to come. everyone. Taking you outside to St. Pete one more time before we close out the show. This is the view from Al Lang Stadium. Looking pretty glorious out there. Feeling a little warm. We'll call it comfy warm at 77. We take you over to our USF camera here in Tampa. Just a ton of blue sky, 86 degrees. Winds are calm. It's going to make for a nice evening if you're hoping to have dinner outside. Look at temperatures here through the dinner time frame, slowly cooling through the 70s. Not much wind to deal with into the overnight hours, but with the clear skies and the calm winds, we'll be watching for some patchy fog to be possible again early Thursday morning. I think through 8, 9 o'clock, that'll be more so the time frame, and past around 9 o'clock in the morning, any areas of patchy fog will burn off pretty quickly, expecting still mostly sunny and dry conditions. There's a look at your lows, mid-60s near the coast, low 60s for portions of Manatee, Sarasota counties, and then mostly low 50s for our Nature Coast spots to mid and upper 50s around our inland areas. For tomorrow, we'll be enjoying those 80s all in the mix, and as we take you to your
From Tampa Bay's #1 news station, this is the Fox 13 4 o'clock news.
A space mystery. NASA releasing new images and new information about an object that will soon pass by Earth.
Plus, protecting yourself from scams. Why local utility companies say more people are falling victim. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Linda Hurtado.
And I'm Chris Cato. Thanks for joining us on this Wednesday. And we start with this. Outside of this planet, it came from somewhere else, and it's traveling through our solar system. But what is it exactly? And does it pose a threat to Earth? NASA just released new photos of this object, which is 1 month away now from its closest approach to our planet. And Haley Hines is here with the new details on this thing. Haley?
Oh, well, Chris, the object is called 3I Atlas, and from the moment it was first spotted in July, it has been the focus of a lot of questions over exactly what it is and where it came from. Just a short time ago, NASA released a bunch of new images from a fleet of ground and space-based telescopes. NASA scientists say the images reveal it to be a comet that came from interstellar space, which is a region of space between solar systems. That means 3I Atlas originated elsewhere and is just passing through. But it's only the third interstellar object ever seen in our solar system, and that has led to numerous theories about its origin, including whether it could be an alien spacecraft. NASA put that idea to rest today, saying the object is definitely a comet, albeit a very rare one.
This object is a comet. It looks and behaves like a comet and all evidence points to it being a comet. But this one came from outside the solar system, which makes it fascinating, exciting, and scientifically very important. This is only the third interstellar object like this that humanity has ever found.
Scientists say 3I Atlas has been traveling through space for billions of years and may even be older than our own solar system. It makes its closest approach to Earth 1 month from today, when it will be 170 million miles away, which is about twice the distance between the sun and the Earth. NASA says the object poses no threat to the planet, and after its flyby next month, we'll head back out to space, probably never to be seen again. Chris and Linda.
Probably.
Probably. We'll see.
I guess we could say that was Haley's comet report.
A few more years till she comes back around.
Yeah. Thanks, Haley.
I've been saving that one.
I knew that was coming. Today, we are shining a light on a specific type of scams. Fraudsters are targeting your utilities in an effort to get your money. TECO and Duke Energy have designated today as Utility Scam Awareness Day so they can share some of the common schemes they're seeing. And Fox 13's Ariel Placencia joins us from our newsroom now. So, Ariel, no surprise here. Scammers are getting more and more sophisticated these days.
Yeah, they really are, Linda. And that's exactly what TECO and Duke Energy have noticed in their recent cases, too. Scammers, they're using AI technology to manipulate caller ID information. So you may get a phone call that says it's from Duke Energy, and then the voice on the other line appears legit, too. So what can you do?
We encourage them to save the number that's on the back of their bill in their phone. So that way they know when they're getting a call that it's us. And if they need to make a call, they're calling the right number.
And then once you do get your actual utility company on the phone, have them verify the name of the person who just called you to make sure it's a real employee, Linda, calling about a real issue, of course.
But these scammers are getting pretty bold too, right? Sometimes they'll actually ditch the phone call and show up at your door.
Yeah, that's right. Crazy, right? And when you think about it and you look at the top in-person scams, utility scams, they actually rank third behind home improvement scams and retail business imposters, the Better Business Bureau says. So if scammers show up at your home and demand payment in cash, gift cards, or cryptocurrency, that should raise some red flags. And this should too.
Scammers will come to the door and say, if you pay us, we'll get your lights back on quicker. Again, never something we would do. So if someone comes to your door and you're not sure, we ask that our customers ask for their badge.
Yeah, always ask to see that badge, and also take a step back and pause, right? Everything seems so urgent with these scammers, and that's how they're trying to get you to make bad decisions, Linda.
Such important advice because sadly, none of us are immune to what these fraudsters are doing.
No, we're not. In fact, between Duke Energy and TECO, nearly 2,000 Florida residents have already fallen victim to these utility scams this year alone. The year obviously not over yet. And the average victim, Linda, losing about $430, according to the BBB.
All right, Ariel Placencia live in the newsroom. Thank you.
The Florida House is again moving to pass a controversial bill that would lower the minimum age for purchasing rifles and other long guns from 21 to 18. The Republican-controlled House Criminal Justice Subcommittee this week voted 11-5 along party lines to approve this bill. Now it has just to clear one more committee before it would go before the full House for a vote during the 2026 legislative session. This bill, if it passes, would reverse a decision made by the legislature and then Governor Rick Scott to increase the minimum gun purchasing age from 18 to 21. That was after the 2018 mass shooting at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School in Parkland.
18 to 20-year-olds are legally adults. They work full-time. They pay taxes. They serve in the military. It's legal for them to own the gun. Then they should be able to legally buy the gun.
At 18, our young people are still in high school, still developing, still vulnerable to impulsive decision-making. Science tells us this. Our tragedies prove it.
This was...
Now, Senate President Ben Albritton has not publicly taken a stance on this issue, but such a bill would have to go through the Rules Committee, where Chairwoman Kathleen Pasadomo has said she is not going to repeal the 2018 legislation.
St. Pete Clearwater International Airport is spreading its wings. Pinellas County Commissioners voted to approve construction on a new taxiway at the airport. Hubbard Construction Company is expected to complete it by May of 2027. There are also plans to build a new parking garage with enough space for 2,000 cars. A terminal improvement project also in the works.
Well, today a Clearwater nonprofit called Homeless Empowerment Program reopened its kitchen and dining hall just in time for the holidays. They had the grand reopening of the renovated dining hall and kitchen this morning. They say this bigger space will allow them to help more people while also giving a sense of family and home.
So we really wanted the space to feel dignified for people. We serve about 400 people every day at HEP. Our goal is to break the cycle of homelessness. So we're really striving to give people the tools and resources that they need to obtain self-sufficiency and maintain it after they leave. So having wonderful spaces around our campus that feel truly like home, they feel like a place that you want to spend your time and that you're proud to be at, ultimately is the goal, and it feels great.
The Homeless Empowerment Program has its own garden there that they get a lot of their produce from. They serve about 41,000 meals every year, and they say they have certainly seen an uptick in need this year.
A heartwarming reunion today in Clearwater where firefighters got to meet a dog they saved from a house fire earlier this month. A neighbor noticed the fire and rang the Ring doorbell, but the homeowner wasn't home, but said his dog was inside and liked to hang out in the back right corner room. Well, firefighters quickly responded and found Bandit, but unresponsive on a bed. They brought him outside and began giving him oxygen with a mask specifically designed for pets. He was then taken to an emergency vet where he spent 24 hours in an oxygen chamber. Bandit's owner, Brian Rogers, says he is so thankful for the quick action of those firefighters.
Wow.
They saved not only him, they saved me too, and they saved my dog. I mean, he's truly my best friend. They are heroes. Not all heroes wear capes, it's true. I got a different look at what they do and how they save and impact people's lives and whatnot. It's truly amazing. It really is.
Nicely done. Rogers rescued Bandit about 7 years ago from the Suncoast Animal League, and he says Bandit is doing much better and is back to chasing squirrels.
Oh,
feeling like himself
yes.
again.
That's great. Wow, what work there.
Yes.
All right, coming up, shopping local for the holidays. We're going to show you a store that makes that easy to do next in Made in Tampa Bay.
You're watching the Fox 13 4 o'clock news.
'Tis the season to start thinking about those holiday gift ideas. It is. It's hard to believe.
It's here.
Right? I know. You know, nothing beats a locally made gift, they say. And in today's Made in Tampa Bay segment, we're heading to a shop in downtown St. Pete that showcases local Tampa Bay makers and artists.
Which I think is important. The merchant purveyor of local goods is helping to keep St. Pete's charm alive and thriving. Fox 13 photojournalist Mike Hughes gives us a look at what's inside.
Purple Rain. My husband and I had never owned a business, and we were talking about what we would want to do, and we noticed there was a lot of art markets and a really beautiful arts environment here. And with my husband being an artist, one of the biggest challenges to artists is like being in a space where they can sell their goods. We wanted to provide a home for them. We're 363 days out of the year. We're only closed 2 days. People can come into our shop, tourists and locals, and see a variety of different local artists and makers and give them a presence here permanently in the city. We are the merchant purveyor of local goods and the Chrysalip Cafe. We're a locally veteran artist-owned shop. We carry about 800 local artists, makers and craftspeople, bakers, and also our coffee roasters are all local. Kind of consider it art and makers, so we have everything from original art to art prints. We have like locally designed stickers, postcards. We also carry about 5 local jewelers. We have people who do pottery. We have people that do woodwork and wood burnishing. So we kind of tell them to consider the season, and we also really encourage them to make things that are like St. Pete inspired, because we do get a lot of tourists that come to the city, and those of us that live here really love St. Pete. We have people that make local hats and T-shirts. So really a whole myriad of things. We have a local honey company we use. We also have local jams and mustard. So a little bit of everything, kind of like an old general store concept made new. The kind of environment that we really wanted to create is we wanted it to still feel like really homey, kind of eclectic, unique. We want people to come in, we want them to feel comfortable, we want them to feel cozy. They can grab a coffee or a glass of wine, walk around the shop, but we wanted it where people can just kind of almost feel like they're at home away from home with some, eclectic artist twist to it. We think it's really important to kind of have the hub that we've created and to sustain it, again, to support our artist community, and again, to keep St. Pete local. So again, when you're coming and you're buying something that's like locally made like this, again, like those people's hands were on it. They used their brain, they thought about how they're going to, make that jewelry. Some of these things you can find here and maybe at an art market, so you're getting something that's really unique. We would love to invite you to come and visit the merchant purveyor of local goods. You can grab a cup of coffee or a glass of wine and walk around and sip and stroll and visit the 600 block.
And you can find the store at 645 Central Avenue in St. Petersburg. They are open 7 days a week. Hours are on your screen, and this weather is perfect to sip and stroll.
It really is.
Don't you think?
Yeah, it is. A little warm today. Maybe a little of the humidity is coming back.
Just a touch,
Yeah.
but even tomorrow the humidity is going to be going back down. It's going to feel even more pleasant if you can imagine it. Here in downtown Tampa, we only hit 81 for an unofficial high temperature so far, so I think that's basically perfect beach weather if you ask
Really
a lot of
nice.
people. Mostly sunny skies as you see here in this shot. No clouds to be found looking inland. As we flip this camera back around towards the coastline, winds pick up just a touch out at Longboat Key at 12 miles per hour. But notice the sun in full view. High clouds in the shot, occasionally giving you some shade. But apart from that, wind gusts not much stronger than about 15 to, on the high end of things, maybe 20 miles per hour for very brief periods of time. Those 16 satellite imageries giving us our view from space. All that cloud cover completely surrounding central Florida. But as the sun is setting, notice no high clouds really left behind once you get north of southwest Florida. A lot of us going to be ending things with mostly clear skies. But by tomorrow morning, we'll tack on more cloud cover and even a chance of patchy fog. More on that in just a moment. Sky Tower radar picking up on clear conditions. None of those clouds providing any spot showers for the area. We have temperatures in the 70s geared back towards the coastline. The farther inland you go, the warmer it gets. Frost-proof leading the way at 86 degrees, 85 in Wauchula, and 84 degrees in Bartow. Still that nice orange color there we saw a lot of in October, but we're going to be seeing more of these upper 70s the deeper into November that we get. And I think about a week out, we could even have yet another cold front right around the time Thanksgiving's rolling around. Too early to get into the details on that, but that is a pattern that we're already starting to pick up on. Now, Tampa Skycast dropping temperatures tonight to about 65 degrees. Calm winds into the early hours of tomorrow morning. That can be problematic with regards to patchy fog that could form closer to sunrise. I think after about 4 a.m., some spots will notice that visibility beginning to drop, but most of that fog will be around as the sun is rising. This is not going to be widespread fog, but mainly areas south of I-4. We'll see heightened chances tomorrow morning. Winds will be again calm to start the day, but by tomorrow afternoon, we will tack on some stronger winds and see those gusts climb to about 15 miles per hour again. Now, it is fairly dry today. Dew points in the upper 60s, a touch higher humidity, as Chris pointed out, but drier conditions will be building into tomorrow, and we'll see that dew point scale fall right back down out of the moderate to sticky zone. I think we'll wind up somewhere in the pleasant category by tomorrow afternoon. That keeps dew points in the upper 50s, low 60s, and in general, it just feels more fantastic under these mostly sunny skies, and it also helps that the UV index is not awfully high for the next few days of the forecast either. Now, tomorrow afternoon, highs as warm as 85 in Tampa, 86 in Brandon, and 82 degrees in Crystal River. No 70s on the big map for tomorrow, with winds angled out of the east-northeast. Over the open waters of the Gulf, expect 1 foot or less Gulf wave heights and a light chop in our bays and inland waters. A good sailing for the immediate forecast. No strong winds that are going to throw you off your boating plans leading into this weekend either. Now, at the moment for us, a large area of high pressure is in control. Off to our north and west, we'll see a more active weather pattern develop for the west and into the southern plains. That's going to give them extensive rain chances there. But for us, high pressure will create sinking air. It's going to keep temperatures in the 80s for us, but more importantly, it is going to be keeping rain out of the immediate forecast. We need the rain. A lot of us are in moderate to at least low-end drought for the time being, but no dice for the immediate forecast. We'll keep high temperatures in the 80s into the start of next week, and no substantial rain chances until we get into Tuesday and Wednesday of next week's forecast, and even that's just wishful thinking at 20%. Chris?
All right, thank you, Nash. Looks good. Coming up, it is time once again for our Pet of the Week. We do this every Wednesday, and coming up, we're going to introduce you to this playful pup. His name's Herman. He's got a good spirit. I think you're going to like him. Plus, we've got a great update on Camilla, who was our Pet of the Week from a few weeks ago. Stay tuned for some doggone good news. Now to find another dog or a cat, but today a dog, a great home. It's time for Pet of the Week. Reagan Blessinger with the Humane Society of Tampa Bay, and she's got an energetic but very smiling young Herman here with her.
Yep, this is little Herman. He is very energetic, but in a puppy type way.
Playful, yes.
Very playful. He is so happy. Everyone we've walked by, he's been so excited to see them. Very bouncy. He's a very bouncy puppy.
He's doing the right thing, though, because like 10 seconds before we went on air, he was running around all over the place. But I told him, I said, it's your time to shine. And he's sitting here. Look at him.
He is.
And he said, look, I'm in control. I can be a good boy.
Yeah, look at what a great dog he is. He's so cute. He really is. He's been so happy. He's about 8 months to a year. He's not going to grow a ton, so they actually think, even though he has pretty big paws, that he's almost full grown.
Okay.
So, I mean, if you're looking for a medium dog, he would be a great one.
Looking to get yourself into a mid-sized dog? Herman is your man.
Yes.
How did he arrive at the shelter?
He came from a partner rescue. They had low resources, and so Herman came to us to try to find his forever home here in Tampa.
Because you guys are the best at that. What kind of family do you think would be best for Herman, who's still a bit playful, maybe a little puppyish?
Yes, definitely one with a yard or ready to go to the puppy park.
There he goes.
take him to daycare.
Now he's showing off.
He is. He says, this is the real me.
Yeah.
Just someone who's ready to pay attention to him. I do think he's a little bit of a jumper, but not too bad. So older kids would be great, kind of get their energy and his energy out.
He needs long walks.
He does need long walks. He needs some good playtime.
Yeah. He's so friendly. He likes everyone here.
He is.
Let's talk about the holidays, coming up. A lot of people will be traveling. If you're boarding your pet, what do you recommend people keep in mind?
Make sure they are up to date on all of their vaccines, especially rabies and bordetella. Those are the two that you most likely can't, you can't go into either boarding homes or if you're gonna take your dog to the vet.
He wants your bracelet.
He does,
Yeah.
It's so shiny.
Yeah.
If you're going to take your dog to go do that, definitely make sure they have all their vaccines, which you can do at our animal hospital.
Herman wants to get a word in edgewise.
Do you want to get your vaccines?
I think
you have them. He already has his.
Fully, that's what he was saying. He said, I've had my shots. I'm good to go.
Yeah.
No more shots, please. If someone is traveling with their pet, Reagan, though, what do you recommend for keeping them safe?
Yeah, definitely make sure you have all their papers. Microchip, of course, is important. And then if you can, keep their information around, have it like in a little baggie, the same you would for yourself.
Right.
Just so you know what they need, just in case they get lost. And then definitely recommend learning and looking up like Petco Love Lost. That's a really good one if for whatever reason something happens.
Petco Love Lost? Okay.
Yes.
All right.
If something happens, they can find, and it's a really, really good resource.
Okay. Great advice there. Herman, let's talk about, well, first of all, if you guys want to adopt Herman, who is excited. He is ready to go to his new home. He's ready to be running around in your backyard. If you guys want to adopt Herman, just go to the Humane Society of Tampa Bay on Armenia Avenue in Tampa. They open at 10 a.m. And, sometimes we talk about, Reagan, people need to get there early. Well, last week's Pet of the Week, Sunny, was a Boston Terrier.
Yes.
And I'm told that the family who adopted Sunny got there at midnight?
Midnight. Yeah,
Okay.
at 12 o'clock, they showed up, got in line. They said, we really, really want him. And they got him. Look at that.
And see now,
He's so excited.
Herman sees Sunny, and Herman wants to play with Sunny. Good
Herman's
boy.
very, very excited for Sunny. And the next dog that we're going to talk about.
We are so excited to say that Camilla, our pet of the week from a few weeks ago, a pit bull mix, just a beautiful dog. She had gone unadopted for the past few weeks. We were worried that our streak would be broken, but look, someone showed up and made Camilla part of their family.
Yeah, so Mike and Nina, they kept seeing her on this show.
Yeah.
And they loved her, but they didn't know they were ready yet. But then they kept seeing her and they said, you know what? She's for us. They did a meet and greet with her new sister, Lola. That's Lola in the picture.
Lola's on the left, right? Camilla's on the right.
Yep.
Yeah.
And they absolutely loved each other. They got along and they came the next day and got her.
I'm so happy.
We're so happy.
We were
for
cheering
her.
so hard for Camilla. She was such a wonderful dog, and we knew if someone gave her a chance, they would be so happy. See, Herman, that's going to be you. You're going to be like Camilla and Sunny. You'll have a new family very soon. All right, let's get Herman adopted, maybe in time for a Thanksgiving feast. Thank you, Reagan.
Thank you.
Lots of energy there. Thanks. Still ahead. Low-end grocery prices ahead of the holidays. President Trump rolls back tariffs on hundreds of products. What you'll now be able to save on. Just ahead.
Central on Fox. You're watching Fox 13, Tampa Bay's #1 news station.
Welcome back. I'm Chris Cato.
And I'm Linda Hurtado. President Trump is expected to sign a bill that will force the Justice Department to release all its records related to sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. It comes after the legislation received overwhelming bipartisan support from lawmakers. Once the president signs the bill, the Justice Department has 30 days to release all unclassified materials, including travel and financial records, emails, and interview transcripts.
When these files come out, and they will, it's going to shock the conscience of this country because the survivors have told us that there are a lot of people implicated.
And there's already some fallout over documents released earlier this week. Former Harvard president and Clinton Treasury Secretary Larry Summers announced he's resigning from the board at OpenAI after emails revealed he continued to communicate with Epstein after his 2008 conviction. Trump has called the Epstein investigation a Democratic hoax, but says he will sign off on the release of the files.
The recent government shutdown left air traffic controllers vulnerable. Now, a bipartisan group of lawmakers wants to protect them ahead of this busy travel season coming up. Lawmakers introduced a bill that would allow air traffic controllers to get paid during future shutdowns. The bill would pay salaries and operating expenses, and they would draw from a $2.6 billion fund to pay for those expenses. And that was created years ago to reimburse airlines if the government used or damaged their planes. With that funding, Transportation Committee staffers say that it would keep the FAA operating for about 4 to 6 weeks.
I need Congress to take action. If there is another shutdown, I want to make sure air traffic controllers get paid. I think that would go a long way for both Republicans and Democrats to take this off the table.
Now, that bill comes ahead of a Senate subcommittee hearing today that will analyze the impacts of the shutdown on air travel. The chairman of that committee says the bill would keep flying safe during future shutdowns.
The Trump administration is exploring new ways to make housing more affordable. Fox's Darren Bothello breaks down the options being considered.
Experts say the next phase of U.S. housing policy will have to balance affordability, risk, and taxpayer exposure. Billionaire hedge fund manager Bill Ackman says he has a plan for how mortgage finance giants Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac could fit into that future.
I totally agree with the president's ambitions here. This achieves his objectives in a kind of slow and steady approach, but our view is rushing to an IPO is a mistake.
Ackman's hedge fund is the largest common shareholder in Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac. The two giant mortgage companies have been under government control since the 2008 financial crisis. Ackman proposed a three-step plan. Step one, acknowledge that the government bailout has been repaid.
The government lent $191 billion. The entities, the Fannie and Freddie, paid back $301 billion. The government got almost a 12% return.
Step two, make taxpayers official owners.
The government owns 79.9% of both companies. The government's still completely in control.
Step three, return the companies to the stock market.
Creating more transparency about these entities, listing them on an exchange where analysts can cover them, oversee them, investors can invest in them. And that gives the administration time to work through the capital rules, make sure that there's no threat to the mortgage market.
And as far as the timeline goes, Ackman said a deal like this could be finalized before the end of the year. In Washington, Darren Bothello, Fox Business.
Darren, thank you. Well, Russia continues to attack Ukraine. Overnight, it carried out a massive drone strike on the city of Kharkiv. The strike killed at least 25 people and injured dozens of others. Drones targeted energy and transportation infrastructure, along with residential buildings. At least one drone entered Romanian airspace during the attack, forcing NATO to scramble fighter jets. As this fighting continues in Ukraine, the Trump administration is reportedly working on a new proposal to end the war. According to Axios, U.S. officials are developing a 28-point peace plan modeled after the Gaza ceasefire. That plan would address peace in Ukraine, security guarantees, and future relations between the U.S., Ukraine, and Moscow. President Trump says he is still hopeful that he can end the fighting.
I've actually stopped 8 wars. I have another one to go with Putin. I'm a little surprised at Putin. It's taken longer than I thought.
Now, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky is expected to meet with American military officials in Kyiv tomorrow for peace talks. And this comes after the State Department approved the possible sale of upgraded Patriot missile systems to Ukraine to prevent future Russian attacks.
Some retired emergency vehicles are about to take on a new mission overseas. The Crisis Center of Tampa Bay has donated 2 vehicles from its TransCare division to U.S. ambulances for Ukraine. The Illinois-based nonprofit collects used American ambulances and fire trucks trucks to replace units destroyed in the Russian invasion. The vehicles will be taken to Miami and then shipped to Ukraine. And once in Ukraine, they will be handed over to first responders, beginning a second life for those on the front lines.
The ambulance in this van will be put into immediate use, again, to provide humanitarian relief to individuals in Ukraine who find themselves in a crisis. And that's why this work is so important to us, because it meets our mission, but in a completely another place.
These used vehicles will be part of the 21st shipment sent to Ukraine from the U.S. since the effort began in March of 2022.
Could prices go down at the grocery store in time for Thanksgiving? Kind of running out of time, but that's what the White House is trying to do. President Trump is rolling back tariffs on some basic food items. And no surprise, this comes after Republicans lost some key races earlier this month where voters said the high prices at stores are a top issue for them. So now the White House is turning its attention to the cost of living. President Trump is dropping tariffs on some basic food items like coffee, tea, cocoa, beef, and some fruits, nuts, and spices. The goal is to bring down prices at the grocery stores.
Prices are coming down. He said we were up 40% because of Biden and inflation, and they're coming down, and they're coming down rapidly. So my pledge to every family and every small business is that I will not rest until you are richer, stronger, more successful, happier.
Now, the president signed that executive order to roll back the tariffs on those goods on Friday, but it's unclear when we, the shopper, will start to see the difference. It kind of depends on the stores, if they're willing to pass the savings on to the consumer. Some business owners tell us, though, that relief can't come soon enough. The owner of Southern Steer Butcher says that prices just keep going up. In fact, the cost of beef is up nearly 15%. That's according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics. And that has some shoppers cutting back or looking for some cheaper protein alternative.
We've had to be pretty nimble. Prices have gone up tremendously over the last few months. I held off as much as I could. It does hurt margins, but my customers are still shopping. Even with some modest price increases, they're still showing up and still have a huge demand for steaks. Some are making a switch to chicken or pork, cheaper options.
The tariff rollback applies to more than 200 items, and according to the White House, these are things that aren't easily made or grown in the U.S. One notable item not on the list, though, turkeys, which are more expensive this year. All right, coming up here at 4, celebrating African culture, the new exhibit you can check out right now.
And later in our Fox 13 5 o'clock news, despite inactive hurricane season last year, Pinellas County saw a big boost in tourism numbers. We'll explain how that happened. And it's not just visitors who like the Sunshine State. There's a spike in rodent activity here in Florida, too.
Oh, good.
Yeah, don't know that we needed to hear that, but we're going to tell you.
The pythons eat those things.
I know. We'll see if that's on the list of ways to outsmart these creatures coming up at 5.
watching the Fox 13 4 o'clock news.
A new exhibition in Lake Wales features a variety of objects from African culture.
Yeah, it also examines how those items are rooted in celebration and spirituality. Fox 13 photojournalist Barry Wongs heads to the Lake Wales Art Council for a walkthrough.
This is the Sacred Currents Spirituality in African Art exhibition that we have here at the Lake Wales Arts Council Gallery. The synopsis of the show is that it is a collection of different types of objects that have been used in ceremonial practices or in personal practices that hearken to people's spiritual beliefs from mostly West Africa and a little bit in Haiti. So the exhibition is made up of 3 different sections: ceremony, protection, and then grief and memorialization. So this is the protection section. These types of objects would have been used as protective devices for homes, even for businesses. They're inscribed with prayers. They are charged with ritual in such a way that they become very meaningful objects. So we're not talking about decoration. We're talking about objects that are truly believed to offer protection against unseen forces. When we're looking at grief and memorialization, this would be family members that have been lost. In their grief, these family members would commission an artist or an artisan to create these wooden sculptures as a representation of that family member. They would feed these twin figures, they would bathe them, they would put them to bed. They really do take on that grieving family's memorialization of that lost family member. With ceremony, this would be the crowning of kings. This would be young women coming of age, wedding ceremonies, and a variety of different occasions like that. This is a Haitian drapeau or Haitian flag, water deity that was basically created during the grieving process.
Usually 2.5 in October, and already in November off to nearly an inch of a deficit so far. So that will be something that we're carefully monitoring in the days to come. For now, we do have mostly sunny skies and just some high clouds from time to time, but none of which are giving us any rain chances. Sky Tower radar has been dry like this for the past few days, and I think we're going to keep it that way leading all the way through most of your weekend plans. Clearwater Hilton Beach here with a temperature of 73 degrees and winds now angled out of the northwest. This is one of the cooler spots on the map with a lot of 80s to be found elsewhere. I think that's more of a localized phenomenon there. 82 in Bradenton, 82 in Bartow, and 79 in Leesburg, 73 in Crystal River, one of the other cooler sensor spots on the big map. Most of us will see these 80s plummet into the 70s by 6 to 7 o'clock. And then late tonight into the upper 50s and low 60s we go. And by tomorrow morning, that's going to be a low enough temperature where it'll be coming awfully close to the dew point. The air will be saturated, and that's when we will be on the lookout for areas of patchy fog for the early hours of tomorrow morning. Low temperatures tonight into tomorrow morning, getting into the low 50s and perhaps the 40s in spots like Citrus County. I do think that the chance for some of that fog to begin to develop is shown here with the Futurecast, mainly south of I-4, but even areas up to the north and west towards the Nature Coast will have enhanced chances to see some of those visibility levels drop. Just take it easy on the roadways. If you see a lot of that fog begin to develop, take it slow, flip on those fog lights, and heading into tomorrow afternoon, high temperatures return to the mid 80s at 85 in Tampa, 85 in Bartow, and 82 in Bradenton. Beach planner forecast looking picture perfect through Saturday. High temperatures in the low 80s during that same stretch. This is that cold front we've been monitoring. Look at the two lines on the screen. Low temperatures at the bottom, highs at the top. Watch them begin to drop off moving into Thursday and Friday. That is just in time for Thanksgiving. If this does play out as anticipated, we will be moving those numbers back and forth and tuning into exactly what we think in the days to come. But for now, it's looking increasingly likely that a cold front of some kind is on the way. But that would be by the very end of the 7-day forecast. Hardly even shown here. By tomorrow, you will see Thursday and Thanksgiving on this map. And I do think there's a chance we'll see some 70s and 60s back on the screen.
All right, next, thank you. Well, the last time Baker Mayfield suited up under center in Los Angeles, he had yet to become a Buccaneer. Up next, Scott Smith joins us in studio to explain Baker's emotional return to the City of Angels as the Bucs and the Rams are set to collide Sunday night.
You're watching Fox 13, Tampa Bay's #1 news station.
The Bucs will try and snap a 2-game losing skid this week as they head out west, but it doesn't get any easier. They're visiting one of the best teams in football, the LA Rams.
Sports director Scott Smith joins us with more on the Bucs as they kicked off their week of practice today. Hey, Scott.
Thank you, Linda. Yeah, the Rams started the season a little bit sluggish, but they've turned into one of the hottest teams in the NFC right now. So they're riding a 5-game win streak, which is the best in the NFC. Meanwhile, the Bucs, of course, started the season hot, but now they've run into yet another mid-season lull. So 3 losses in their last 4 games. So it's 2 division leaders. They're clashing on Sunday Night Football. Should be a good one, but the Bucs hit the practice field for the first time today. Another walkthrough Wednesday. They still have nothing definitive on the injuries to Bucky Irving, Chris Godwin, and Hassan Reddick. They've all missed multiple games, hopefully back very soon, maybe this week. But Todd Bowles says they're going to get some increased reps throughout the course of this week, and then we'll just see how they're feeling later Thursday and Friday. Maybe a little more meaning to this game for Baker Mayfield. Of course, prior to joining the Bucs, he spent part of a season with the LA Rams after his run in Cleveland, and then Carolina fell flat. He immediately started to get that spark back once he joined the Rams, and he credits Sean McVay and the staff and that season as a turning point in his career.
No way for me to, sugarcoat it. It was pivotal in my career, in my journey. I've told you guys it helped me find the football, or the fun in football again, that joy, and just getting to learn from those guys. Obviously, it looks a lot different now that Raheem Morris is gone, Zach Robinson, Liam, but Sean's been there the whole time. So it's, they helped me out and, helped me discover what offense I really want to play in, and the responsibility that comes with in that, a lot of accountability at the line of scrimmage and to check and get to the right plays. But it was instrumental in my career, something I'm forever grateful for, and it'll be fun to go back and see some familiar faces.
So, unfortunately, not only were the Bucs a little bit banged up, of course, some of the guys limited due to injury, but there is a bug that's going around the building there, because Todd Bowles said that 5 coaches and about 15 players missed practice today due to illness. So hopefully, stay hydrated, and they're ready to go at the end of the week. But yeah, that's no fun whenever that stuff circulates inside the building. It's going to be a great game on Sunday night, and the Bucs defense just needs to tighten up a little bit, and it should be a fun shootout.
And everyone needs to stay healthy.
Stay healthy.
Yes. Wash those hands.
Vitamin C.
You definitely want to get well before Thanksgiving next week, right?
Of course.
Lots of food to eat. Yeah. All right, thanks, Scott. Still ahead, it is turkey versus the side dishes. Which one do Americans prefer most for Thanksgiving? And we'll tell you which side is Florida's favorite.
horizon.
Tesla's Elon Musk took part in the U.S.-Saudi Investment Forum today, where he touted the advances of artificial intelligence and robotics, saying as they become more advanced, work will become optional.
My prediction is that work will be optional.
Optional.
Optional. So.
We'll take that.
Yeah. I mean, it'll be like playing sports or a video game or something like that.
Will getting paid become optional too? I don't understand. Musk went on to say that when he believes money will become irrelevant in the future. Okay, well, that's his answer. Meanwhile, Musk's fellow panelists, NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang, weighed in on the near-term impacts of AI, saying it will change the way people work, saying things that can be mundane or very difficult will soon be done, simply making workers more productive. An option, Chris.
Money is already irrelevant to that weirdo. Look at him. He's worth $1 trillion. What does he care about money? Well, Thanksgiving is officially side dish season. That's according to Campbell's. The company just released its 2025 State of the Sides report, and it reveals that 63% of people prefer eating the side dishes more than the turkey at Thanksgiving. And I think that's kind of low, by the way, 63%. When it comes to Americans' favorite sides, stuffing comes out on top, which reflects the results of our poll we conducted on Florida tonight. Very scientific. Followed by mashed taters, sweet potatoes, mac and cheese, and in last place, I'm so happy to read this, green bean casserole. Yes. So which one do Floridians prefer? According to Campbell's, it is mac and cheese is the top side dish in the Sunshine State. You guys know how I feel about that. I love mac and cheese, but that's something you get every Sunday after church. Let's save it for sweet potato casserole. Let's all admit it is the best Thanksgiving side. It's the only time of year you get to enjoy it. Marshmallows or no, keep the green bean casserole away from me. Thank you very much. Stay right there. The Fox 13 5 o'clock news starts now.
From Tampa Bay's #1 news station, this is the Fox 13 5 o'clock news.
Is the scammer asking that they pay immediately or they're going to be disconnected? That's never something we would do.
Right now at 5, common yet costly. Crooks are getting tech savvy and going to great lengths to steal your money. The utility scams to watch out for.
Yeah, we were punched in the face with these storms, but we were not devastated.
Pinellas County may have faced back-to-back hurricanes last year, but apparently that didn't keep tourists away. We'll break down the stronger than expected data.
I think the Civic Center is built for a wide variety of different types of events, and we built it with that in mind.
It was a long time coming, but the city's new Civic Center is now complete, and so is the new improved park where it's located. The multi-million-dollar upgrades in Auburndale. Good evening, everyone. I'm Linda Hurtado.
And I'm Haley Hines. Thanks for joining us. First at 5, there is an important but lesser-known name for today other than Wednesday. It's also Utility Scam Awareness Day. Between Duke Energy and Tampa Electric, nearly 2,000 Florida residents have already fallen victim to utility scams this year alone. Fox 13's Ariel Placencia joins us in our newsroom. Ariel, unfortunately, these victims are losing a lot of money.
They really are, Haley, around $430 per person. That's about how much the average victim is losing, according to the Better Business Bureau. And so the goal of today's awareness campaign is to make sure that Bay Area residents are always staying one step ahead of these scammers.
The scams they're getting different. They're becoming increasingly more sophisticated.
Scammers target what they know is most important to you, like your electricity, gas, or water. And they're going to great lengths to get your money.
They're using AI, this caller ID technology, things that we haven't seen before in the past. So that's what we're paying more attention to and trying to get the message out about this year.
Duke Energy says about 1,500 of its customers have already fallen victim to utility scams this year. And over 430 TECO customers have reported these kinds of scams too. That's already more than last year, and there's still 6 weeks left to go in 2025.
So we have come together with the Better Business Bureau as well as TECO, and we want to make sure all of our customers are safe.
In some cases, scammers will manipulate the caller ID information through a technique called spoofing. So you get a phone call that says it's from Duke Energy, and the voice on the other line appears legit too.
It sounds like us. They say they're with us, but they're not.
Consider saving the numbers listed on the back of your utility bills in your phone, Duke Energy recommends, so you know when your actual utility company is trying to call you. And if the voice on the other line threatens to immediately disconnect your services if you don't pay,
that's never something we would do. We have a variety of financial assistance programs that we work with our customers, and we're never going to threaten immediate disconnections.
Be suspicious if the caller demands payment through cash, gift cards, or cryptocurrency.
And we're never going to mandate how they pay. So that, again, is another red flag.
Scammers aren't shy. In fact, utility scams are the third highest in-person scams, the Better Business Bureau says.
Scammers will come to the door and say, if you pay us, we'll get your lights back on quicker. Again, never something we would do.
So just keep all this in mind the next time somebody shows up or calls claiming to be with your utility company. If they're in person, you can always ask to see their badge, or you can call your utility company, Haley, with that number you have saved in your phone. Ask them to verify the name of their employee who's contacting you and the issue they're claiming to be there about.
Yeah, unfortunately, you can never be too careful these days, no matter how legit someone looks or sounds.
Exactly.
All right, Ariel, thank you. Meanwhile, the Social Security Administration is sounding the alarm over a new high-pressure scam. Crooks are targeting Americans by posing as reps for the agency. They're sending falsified emails to Social Security recipients claiming their benefits will be canceled in the next 24 hours due to suspicious criminal activity unless they follow their directions in the email. These emails are made to look legitimate with fake SSA letterheads. The goal is to scare victims into handing over money or personal information. To avoid being scammed, do not respond to the email and report it to the Social Security Administration directly.
New at 5, the latest tourism numbers are a breath of fresh air for Pinellas County. The back-to-back hurricanes last year left the county to clean up a major mess, but it bounced back from those storms in a major way. The Tourism Development Council discussed the county's recovery today, and Fox 13's Kylie Jones is joining us live in Pinellas County with some of those details. Hi, Kylie.
Hey, Linda. Well, I mean, last fall in particular, to say the beaches in Pinellas County were closed, that would be putting it lightly. But after looking at those numbers, Visit St. Pete Clearwater's president says even he couldn't have imagined this past year would have been as successful as it was. This time last year, the question facing Pinellas County tourism leaders was, how do we turn the page after Hurricane Helene destroyed the county's barrier islands?
Yeah, I think the mindset was, what are we going to do about it?
The beaches are what reel in visitors from around the world.
Everybody was really leery about coming to the destination.
The JW Marriott Clearwater Beach escaped major hurricane damage, but it was one of many hotels trying to fill rooms with visitors again.
So going into January and February, we felt that anxiety. We weren't seeing books in groups come in as quickly as we wanted to, or the normal traveler. Then we got into that June and July timeframe, and it bounced right back so quickly.
As this year went on, Pinellas County saw tourism gain momentum, even a little more than expected.
This was the fourth year in a row that tourist development tax collections exceeded $90 million.
Visit St. Pete Clearwater's president, Brian Loak, says the beaches in the southern part of the county have made huge progress.
We got about 98% of our hotel inventory is back online. In the southern beach communities, there are some properties that are still offline.
The short-term rental market also took a hard hit.
We're still down about 5,000 of those short-term rentals, but we're seeing that those are coming on more and more each month.
Hoping that momentum continues as the county looks ahead to the winter season. And the county is still waiting for some more specific data to come in, but some of that money from that tourist tax revenue does go towards projects like the Clearwater Marina project and beach renourishment. Linda.
All good to hear, Kylie. Thank you so much.
New at 5, the city of Auburndale is celebrating the opening of a brand new park and civic center. Lake Ariana Park is located on Lake Ariana Boulevard. And as our Fox 13's Carla Byron tells us, its rich history helped shape what it is today.
We are your go-to lunch spot.
Crystal Ellis is the owner of the Snack Shack drive-thru in Auburndale.
We specialize in Cuban sandwiches, meatball subs.
The shack sits right across from the newly renovated Lake Ariana Park, which features a new civic center, playground, and boat ramp. Ellis says it's a change the city needed.
I do remember Max Beach. My kid used to swim in the lake, so it's going to be interesting to see what the swimming situation will be like. But as far as making our city better, I think that it's a great addition.
The park has a rich history dating back to 1922, when brothers Grover C. and Hubert McDowell started a bathhouse, soft drink stand, and fuel filling station. The business was called Max Beach, and the city took it over in 1955.
I think with the creation of the new Civic Center, we're just going to create new memories down here. You know, it's a brand new facility for the city and the residents, and it's something that the city can be really proud of. There's nothing like it in the county, with the lakefront view and all of the picnic places that are down here and the access to the water. It's just going to be a really special place for Auburndale.
The project cost just under $19 million. Ellis says during the ribbon cutting ceremony over the weekend, she saw record sales. So she's excited the new park is here.
I know people avoided this area because the road was shut down a lot. There was a lot of construction going on. So I personally am very happy that it's open. And I think that it will boost up my business at least.
A special place for the next generation. In Auburndale, Carla Byron, Fox 13 News.
There will be an open house at the park tomorrow night from 2 to 7 so the public can tour the new facility.
Well, new at 5, a local hospital is celebrating a major milestone tonight. HCA Florida St. Pete just completed one of the first phase, rather, of renovations to its emergency department.
1, 2, 3.
The 24-hour ER spans more than 21,000 square feet and it now features a newly installed CT scanner as well as an upgraded X-ray room and fully renovated patient treatment rooms. Enhancements also include modernized provider workstations, expanded EMS accommodations, and an upgraded waiting area designed for comfort and accessibility. St. Pete Mayor Ken Welch says this marks a big step forward in the hospital's commitment to delivering high-quality care.
I think it's important that, we have a lot of our medical services available near downtown with our hospitals, but we need to have that access across the city and across the community, and that's why this West Side location is so critically important. This newly renovated emergency department will give our first responders and our healthcare professionals the tools and the space they need to do what they do best, which is save lives.
The renovations are part of a broader $15 million investment across HCA St. Pete. Additional upgrades will include expanded women's services and oncology offerings and cutting-edge medical equipment. Well, still to come here at 5, the clock is ticking on Capitol Hill.
A key set of Affordable Care Act subsidies expire in less than 6 weeks, and Republicans are scrambling to come up with a new plan to address the pain of skyrocketing premiums for millions of Americans. The options they're considering and why these ideas are facing pushback ahead at 5:30.
Plus, it's become a source of public obsession, and NASA just released the best images yet of this interstellar comet. An astrophysicist will join us in studio to tell us about the space object as it travels through our solar system. But first,
they can definitely do damage to your insulation. Rodents love to nest in your insulation.
A scurrying problem is growing across the country, especially here in Florida. Why rat populations are on the rise and how to keep them out of your home. Next.
right, if you're eating dinner right now, you might want to take a break from it because we're about to talk about rats. Lots of them. We recently told you about the big spike in rodent activity here in Florida. There was a 100% increase last year, but apparently we're not the only ones. Other parts of the country are singing a rat boom as well.
And it is costing homeowners and business owners thousands of dollars in damage. Fox's Heather Sullivan explains how to outsmart these rodents.
Life in large urban areas is becoming even more of a rat race.
We're seeing a huge influx in the rodent population, particularly roof rats.
We know renters have complained of rats in some apartment complexes. Even Houston police smelled a few rats stealing drugs in the evidence room. And we know rats can go where they find food.
Look at that mouse.
But this report from Terminex says there is a rat uprising in houses too, new construction and old, where they find holes to break in.
They love dark areas. They love areas where they're not bothered. Attics, crawl spaces, storage units, drawers.
It seems they like the long, hot summers and mild winters.
They live longer, so therefore they're producing these 6 to 8 pups per litter more often.
And they can do some serious damage, like gnawing on wood and wiring. And rats, do they love the attic?
They can definitely do damage to your insulation. Rodents love to nest in insulation. They love to have their litters there. So they can damage it through their saliva, through their urine, through their feces.
Rats can carry the hantavirus, which can be deadly. So you can set out traps.
Just so you can see what happens. Just like that.
But professionals really recommend, well, calling a professional.
We can remove contaminated insulation. We can sanitize the entire attic. We can blow in new insulation. You got thermoacoustical pest control. And what it is it's just pest control infused insulation with a boric acid.
Not gonna lie, that process can cost thousands. So prevention is key. Look for signs like rodent droppings, teeth marks, and noises in the night.
When you hear rustling in the walls or in the attic, you hear it. It sounds like two things fighting, rustling, or thumping. That's how you know you have rats in your house.
Oh boy, that was Heather Sullivan reporting. Now, if rats die in the attic, you're also going to notice a very bad smell. But there are things you can do to prevent an infestation. You can start by keeping your house clean and keeping food, trash bags, and trash cans sealed.
And now, Fox 13 Chief Meteorologist Paul Delgado with your Sky Tower radar forecast.
I have unfortunately smelled that smell at some point. It's not pleasant. This is pleasant. Look at this. Some high clouds off in the west. Looks good. Crystal River Cam. Sunset tonight it's 19 minutes from right now. Good view. Crystal River. Then downtown Tampa looking the other way. It's the golden hour. We're 80 downtown. We're 78 on Bayshore. Not a lot of wind today, so the bay is pretty flat. We're going to stay locked in the weather we had today. It looks like through Wednesday of next week. So one more week to go. And then we talk about Thanksgiving and the day after with probably, and it's still out there, it's out there a ways, some sort of cold front will be impacting us about 8 or 9 days from today. Until then, it's more the same. Oh, how about this? It's chilly in the west with some rain. I told you, we have cameras almost every place. 48 degrees with some light rain in Sedona, but that's a nice view. It's raining up in Vegas, rain and snow up by Flagstaff today. Big upper level low is spinning in the southeast. The flip side is the southeast where it's warm and humid, like Atlanta right now at 73 degrees. Back home we go. Clear skies over most of the state, some fair weather clouds down by the Everglades, mostly sunny skies up in the Panhandle, and with no fronts on our way for the next 5 to 7 days, there simply is not going to be a lot of change. Yeah, I mean, there may be a degree or 2 or 3 here, higher, lower, but generally speaking, it's pretty much the same weather all the way through Wednesday of next week. Partly cloudy, warm and fairly humid around the state with some fog on tap for tonight. Last 18 hours, very pleasant this morning. We have been above 80 since 1 p.m., kind of hanging in the low 80s all afternoon long. Away from the coast, spots are running in the low to mid 80s, like Frostproof is 85 degrees. Bartow is 82. The water temps in the Gulf, because of recent cold fronts, have cooled off quite a bit. So any sort of westerly component to the wind is going to keep the coastline cooler. You can see that how the computer kind of draws a strip of yellow along the coast. That's more or less a reflection of the sea breeze on the west coast. Tallahassee's 80, Gainesville's 82, Jacksonville's 77, Miami's 79, Marathon the same. Dew points are definitely up. I'd call this moderately humid with dew points in the mid to upper 60s. High pressure remains in control. Not a lot of weather coast to coast except out in the southwest, out in the Four Corners with some rain and some mountain snow. And that's really about it. So tonight, clear skies, a little patchy fog, 50s and 60s. Tomorrow, back to sunshine. Many of you will be in the mid 80s for daytime highs. Look at the big ridge. So last week was the complete opposite. Last week we had that huge midwinter trough come out of Canada. 7 days later, it's the opposite. It's a big ridge sitting over the Gulf of Mexico. And that ridge, Thursday, Friday, still in play. Here comes the trough out west. This trough back here will eventually kind of eat away at the ridge, but that's not going to happen for 7, 8, 9 days. So it's pretty much status quo until then. Tonight, clear, patchy fog, and 66. Tomorrow, mostly sunny, moderately humid, 85. We'll kick off Friday with more sunshine, and we'll see a warm afternoon with temperatures in the mid-80s. The weekend looks good. We don't have Thanksgiving, don't have the turkey quite yet on the 7-day, but we will tomorrow, and there should be some rain chances on Thanksgiving Day, and then turning cooler or colder to end the month. Back to you.
All right, thanks, Paul. Still ahead, remaining vigilant 24/7, 365. Officials say it is more critical than ever as wildfire season turns into wildfire year. Their important message on mitigation next.
Real prices.
Developing tonight, burn bans remain in effect in parts of the Bay Area, including Citrus, Sarasota, Manatee, and Hardee counties. Officials say with no rainfall in the upcoming forecast, the dry conditions significantly increase the risk of brush fires. We should note officials say there is no longer a set fire season, but rather a year-round issue that communities nationwide need to stay ready for. Well, now insurance and fire experts are urging homeowners to take extra steps to protect their property. Fox's Amalia Roy joins us live from Flagstaff, Arizona, where the fire department there has launched a new program to keep the community safe. Amalia.
Yes, hi Haley. It's called the Wildfire Resilient Homes Initiative. Now it gives homeowners the tools that they need to clear out any potential fuel that could fuel a wildfire. Now it is cold and wet here in Flagstaff right now. It actually snowed last night. But fire officials tell me that this is the perfect time to take those steps long before the danger's actually here.
Anywhere you think a rat could chew through, fire would do a pretty good job also chewing through that.
The city of Flagstaff's offering fire inspections like this one for everyone in the community and handing out tools to help people keep their property clear of debris. Flagstaff sits deep within a pine forest. Firefighter Noah Baker says the city works to cut the risk around the forest, but he says he worries about the more populated areas.
What keeps me up at night is wildfires starting within city limits and traveling throughout the environment.
Home insurance experts say Baker has reason to be concerned as more wildfires pop up across the country.
The Palisades fire and the Eaton fire, these are fires that ignited in what would be considered natural environments, hillsides, that then moved in because of extreme winds into these communities.
The cost of wildfires is also going up, with this year's fires in LA causing more than $40 billion in insured losses.
Like when I was a kid, I lost my home to a wildfire, and I remember watching in my backyard as the fence took fire.
Baker says protecting his own city also means working with fire departments across the country.
We're chatting with people on the East Coast. We're chatting with people in Oregon, in California, Santa Barbara, all these places where we can have that impact. We can show them that here's what we're doing, what are you doing, and what can we learn from you?
The fire department here also hopes that initiatives like this will help keep home insurance premiums in check. A lot of these steps that they're recommending also come from things that insurance companies are also recommending. In Flagstaff, Arizona, Amalia Roy, Fox 13 News.
Amalia, thank you. Still to come in our next half hour, the government shutdown may be over, but some federal workers like TSA agents are still dealing with the aftermath as they still haven't been paid. We'll explain what's causing the holdup ahead at 5:30. But first,
Republicans are racing to come up with a new health care plan before premiums spike for millions of Americans. I'm Rebecca Castor with the latest proposals just ahead.
event. Don't miss it.
Now to a news alert out of Polk County, where we're working to learn more about a deputy-involved shooting. Sky Fox is over the scene along Saturn Street in Lakeland. Right now, it's unclear what led up to the shooting, but investigators tell us no deputies were hurt and the suspect was taken to the hospital. We have a crew on the way to the scene, and we will pass along any new information as we get it.
Well, switching gears, now that the federal government is back open, Republicans are trying to make good on their promise to address high health care costs.
But as Fox's Rebecca Castor reports, critics say the plan they're considering won't solve the pricey problem.
Rising health care costs were at the center of the government shutdown, which finally came to an end last week, only after Republicans promised to work with Democrats on a solution.
Our healthcare system is a mess. Everybody knows that.
Democrats want to extend expiring Obamacare tax credits to keep costs down. But several Republicans, including Louisiana Senator and Dr. Bill Cassidy, are working on proposals that would send federal assistance directly to consumers instead of insurance companies.
The president and I want to send 100% to patients to put into an account to spend on the health care that they want, not just the health care that the insurance company allows them to have.
The law currently allows insurance companies to keep 20% of Obamacare subsidies as profit and to cover overhead costs, leading President Trump to say the only health care he'll support is sending the money directly back to the people. But critics argue that won't be enough.
You know, this is totally absurd. You get a $6,500 check and you have to pay for a $150,000 drug. There's only one path forward at this point, and that's to extend the tax credits.
At least a handful of Republicans also support extending the tax credits, which expire at the end of this year, to give lawmakers more time to come up with an alternate plan. In Washington, Rebecca Castor, Fox News.
Meanwhile, the Trump administration is taking steps to dismantle the U.S. Department of Education. The administration signed multiple interagency agreements that will shift several offices out of the department's control, and one shift includes the Department of Labor helping manage higher education and institution-based grant programs. Education Secretary Linda McMahon says these moves are part of the president's promise to get rid of the Education Department and give each state their own authority over education. The department says the agreements will not affect funds granted by Congress to states, colleges, and schools.
The Transportation Secretary is calling on Congress to fund a major overhaul of the nation's air traffic control system. Secretary Sean Duffy discussed his plans during today's Honeywell American Aviation Leadership Summit in D.C. In a fireside chat alongside the head of Honeywell Aerospace Technologies, Duffy spoke on why he's asked Congress for $31.5 billion. So far, $12.5 billion has been allocated for the upgrades in the president's budget bill that passed over the summer. But Duffy says more is needed to complete the overhaul by 2028.
Our timeline has been by the end of 2028. Right, so we're not. The FAA. No offense to those from the FAA who are here, they'll do projects over the course of 10 or 15 years, and by the time this technology is ready to be deployed, it's old. Right? There's already like 2 generations of new technology by the time we are ready to deploy the old technology, and so we are going to move as quickly as possible.
Today, the Transportation Secretary also announced a new campaign aimed at inspiring civility in air travel. The campaign is called The Golden Age of Travel Starts With You. It comes as the FAA reports a 400% increase in onboard outbursts since 2019, from disruptive behavior to outright violence. Duffy says the campaign is intended to jumpstart a national conversation around how Americans can restore courtesy and class in the skies.
Flights are operating on schedule again, but the impacts of the shutdown are still being felt, especially for many TSA workers around the country who are still waiting for paychecks 7 weeks later and struggling to make ends meet. As Fox's Kenzie Beach explains, the delay boils down to a massive backlog when it comes to processing time cards.
Struggle with coming to work, struggling paying for childcare, struggle with food.
Have you been paid yet?
No comment.
I honestly cannot comment on that.
There's just a lot I can't say.
The government shutdown ended almost a week ago, but TSA officers at Sky Harbor don't have the paychecks to show for it, and they're feeling the financial pressure more than ever.
More than one officer got home and they received an eviction notice or a notice of demand to payment, or otherwise they will be evicted. because they didn't get paid. They couldn't pay their rent.
What's it like another Friday coming and going without a paycheck?
Horrible.
Stressful.
Lots of tears, fear.
How have you made ends meet?
Loans. You get a lot of late fees.
But as far as child support, yeah, that was cut off. So it makes it very frustrating in that aspect.
The Department of Homeland Security announced a $10,000 bonus for TSA officers that worked through the government shutdown. The criteria excludes every officer we spoke with.
The $10,000 thing seems to only have happened at certain airports.
People came in and worked overtime on top of it just because they're gone for 1 day on vacation or 2 days. Why should they be disqualified for that?
Vacation time is scheduled a year out, and any paid time off taken during the shutdown for any reason disqualifies an officer from the bonus.
I've been here 17 years. For me, you always have to plan for this, where it's like you miss paychecks. So you need to work overtime. You have to make sure you have a savings account.
We've been through this before, so we kind of knew what to expect, but it was different this time. It seemed like politically, it was way more just cutthroat.
And that was Kenzie Beach reporting. Companies like APS and SRP and Verizon are reportedly putting a hold on federal workers' accounts. They've been given a grace period to pay their bills as they wait to be paid. TSA officers are expecting their paychecks, including back pay, by Thanksgiving.
Now to a developing story in Fort Lauderdale, where the U.S. Coast Guard just offloaded a whopping $360 million worth of cocaine at Port Everglades. The historic haul is part of the Trump administration's efforts to sweep the sea clean of illegal narcotics. The Coast Guard cutter Stone worked with air crews on at least 13 interceptions in the Eastern Pacific, bringing in nearly 50,000 pounds of cocaine, the largest amount ever seized by a cutter in a single patrol. Tulsi Gabbard, the director of national intelligence, applauded the crew members who pulled off these seizures.
These things don't happen because of a single team or a single person or a single organization. It starts at the very top. President Trump came into office and made a commitment to the American people to keep this country safe.
In late August, the Coast Guard cutter Hamilton offloaded more than $473 million worth of illegal drugs at Port Everglades as part of Operation Pacific Viper. Still to come, new images tonight as a celestial outsider travels through our cosmic neighborhood. An astrophysicist tells us everything we need to know about the comet next. And as we head to break, stocks closed higher on Wall Street, snapping a recent slide as investors looked ahead to NVIDIA's upcoming earnings. The Dow rose 47 points, the Nasdaq gained 131, and the S&P climbed 24.
New at 5, if you've been eagerly waiting to see more high-resolution images of a fascinating interstellar comet known as 3I Atlas, your wait is over. NASA just unveiled a trove of imagery captured by the space agency's fleet of instruments, both on the ground and up in space. And for more on this, we're going to bring in Dr. McKenna Wood. She is an astrophysicist and the director of the Saunders Planetarium Digital Dome at MOSI, Tampa's Museum of Science and Industry. Thanks so much for being here.
Thank you for having me.
All right, let's talk about 3I Atlas. It is only the third known object to pass through our solar system from outside it. And so I guess my first question would be, how did you find it, and how do you know that?
Yeah, so this object, 3I Atlas, it was actually found by the Atlas Survey Telescope. That's why Atlas is in the name. And this is a telescope that is part of our planetary defense network, right? This is one of the telescopes that is out there looking for asteroids and comets and things that
might hit the Earth.
Smaller and moving through our solar system and might hit the Earth.
Yes.
Yeah, so we found it using that and then found that it was moving so quickly that it must have come from outside our solar system.
Do you have any idea, like, where outside the solar system, or is that just, you know, the great unknown?
Yeah, that's really hard to pinpoint. You know, our galaxy is a big and complicated place, so it's really hard to tell exactly where this might have come from.
Look at that picture. I mean, so I mean, it looks so much like everything else around it. It's amazing. What makes it so different, the trajectory of this object, different from other comets or even asteroids that you guys have followed?
Yeah, so most of the comets and asteroids that we find are in our solar system. They were formed in our solar system, they stay in our solar system, they orbit around the sun. This came from another solar system, right? This was formed somewhere outside of our solar system, and then something happened and it got kicked out of that solar system and flew all the way through interstellar space to get to here where we are.
Okay, so I have to ask this question, because if I don't, the viewers at home will be, why did she ask this question? How do you know it's not a UFO or a craft from another solar system?
Yeah, so there have been a lot of theories out there for this one, but the core of what we do in science is we make predictions based on what we know, right? So we say we guess this is a comet, and it moves like a comet. It has a composition like a comet. We predicted that as it got closer to the sun, it would act in a certain way, just like how comets act. The comma, that dust and gas around it, would get bigger and brighter, and that's exactly what happened. So what we see is that everything about it looks just like how we would expect a comet to act.
Wow. Is there a danger of this comet actually changing course, you know, like those crazy hurricanes, and turning at the last minute and coming our way?
Not a chance. So as this comet is moving through the solar system, it's been following exactly the path we predict, and it's pretty far away from the Earth. Right now, it's about twice as far away from the Earth as the sun is. So it's pretty far out there, and there's no chance of it getting close enough to hit us.
What do you hope to learn from this?
Oh yeah, this is super exciting, right? Because as astronomers, we like to study these distant star systems. And most of the time, we're stuck here looking at these things that are way, way far away and trying to figure out what we can over those vast distances. But this is a little tiny piece of another solar system that came here. So we can study it in detail and learn in detail about these distant star systems and how they might be different from our own.
That is pretty cool. So MOSI has a Skywatch event coming up. Tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, so Skywatch is our recurring event where we get our telescopes out and we go out and take a look at what we can see in the nighttime sky. Our next Skywatch event is coming up on December 5th from 8 to 10 p.m. We're going to have telescopes up on the roof of the dome. We're going to be taking a look at whatever we can see in the sky.
Wow, so that's just so fascinating. I wish we knew more, though. I wish we could get just a little bit closer to this comet. And,
yeah, so you cool. And every astronomer out there.
Well, thank you so much, Dr. Wood, for joining us and for your time.
Thank you.
What do you think, Scott? It'd be kind of cool to think it was a vehicle from another solar system.
It's George Jetson. That's who it is. Yeah, I'm not sure, but that's fascinating stuff. All right, coming up in sports, some exciting scuttlebutt bouncing around Gainesville regarding a head coaching interview that was quickly squelched. What happened? We'll tell you coming up next. Plus, the Bucs, they were singing the blues in Buffalo on Sunday, and now they face a cross-country trip to play one of the best teams in the league in the LA Rams. We'll break it down how the team is feeling heading into this Sunday night matchup next in sports.
Fox 13 Chief Meteorologist Paul Delgado with your Sky Tower radar forecast.
Sunset was 12 minutes ago. Another good one. High clouds are in the mix. 72 degrees. So the bottom line here, as far as the forecast goes, folks, don't expect any big changes until Thanksgiving. I think right now this is 8 days away. So you got to be careful about, talking absolutes when it's 8 days away. But it does look like some sort of front would go by maybe Thursday and Friday of next week with some showers, need the rain, and then noticeably cooler or colder to end the month. And that's the theme as it stands today. We'll see how things play out as we head into the weekend. 80 downtown Tampa right now, 78 on Bayshore, light winds. Beautiful day to be outside, some fair weather clouds in the mix. Another day in the 80s, and you talk about a reverse from 1 week ago today. I mean, just look at the calendar. And this 75 is incredibly deceiving because the 75 high Monday on the 10th actually occurred at midnight. During the day on Monday, it was in the 60s, 61 on Tuesday. 1 week ago today, we were 71. Today, 11 degrees warmer, and of course, no rain. You need clouds to get rain. Clouds to our northwest, some clouds over the Gulf. We may see some patchy low clouds. I was talking to Nash earlier in the weather office, and we were discussing this time of year, if you can somehow get a northeast wind, and winds are generally light northeast wind, you can get some patchy fog and low clouds early in the morning. Then they burn off. The atmosphere is still pretty dry. Haven't had that happen yet, but that's something we'll watch for the next several nights. 80 in Tampa, 76 in New Tampa, 80 in Plant City. Sun City Center is 82. 78 in Brooksville, 70 Crystal River. You get the idea. It's warm, humid. 78 Sarasota. Bradenton, you're 80. Lakewood Ranch, 81. 70s and low 80s inland. High pressure. Full control, front north of us is not going to impact us. Kind of a chilly day in the Great Lakes states. There's more rain in the Pacific Northwest and the Southwest as well. This has been a pesky storm. This was off the California coast last week. It has slowly migrated inland. So this afternoon, it's cold, it's damp, and it's wet in places like Phoenix and Tucson. Flagstaff had snow. Vegas has been raining pretty much off and on now for the past couple of days, and chilly temps. Vegas, some rain, and 53. Look at Phoenix, 63 degrees with some rain. Albuquerque, 54, and Denver is at 63. Tonight, mostly clear. A little patchy fog, 50s and 60s. And tomorrow, we've seen this story before. Low to mid 80s for daytime highs. Big ridge. This is a complete flip from last week. We had a big trough with a big U. Now it's the reverse. It's a big ridge. We know under a ridge, the air is going to sink. It heats up. Eventually, it'll take time. This ridge will kind of get eaten away by an approaching trough coming out of the Four Corners next week. And that should be strong enough to eventually push a front our way. It's going to take a while, not for 7 or 8 days from now. Next 5 days of rainfall, let's take a look. What do we have? Dry. Dry through Monday with sun and clouds every single day. There it is. Yeah, we got tumbling temperatures. That's Thanksgiving, the 27th, and a coolish Friday and Saturday as we kind of wrap up the month of November. Thanksgiving is late this year. Clear, patchy fog, and 66. Now, tomorrow, sunshine, warm afternoon, and 85. And then on Friday, mostly sunny, warm afternoon, 85 degrees. Here's the 7-day forecast. We got more 80s in your future, Scott, with daytime highs in the 80s and nighttime lows in the 60s. Back to you.
All right, thank you, Paul. So following their loss in Buffalo on Sunday, the Bucs got back to business today with a walkthrough indoors. About 15 players were missing from practice today, thanks to, as Todd Bowles called it, a bug that's going around the building. But as our Sean Berry explains, a bug isn't the only thing the Bucs have to overcome this week.
Touchdown, Buffalo! It's hard to sugarcoat a game like the one the Bucs just played in Buffalo. Intercepted! But inside the Bucs facilities this week, there is little sweetness to be found.
I'm embarrassed every time we lose. But from a defensive standpoint, we didn't play well. We had a stinker.
Well, that's certainly one way to describe the Bucs' 44-32 loss to the Bills on Sunday.
Back and forth we go.
allowing the most points scored on a Bucs defense while Todd Bowles has been in the building.
You know, it happens. This league humbles you. Every now and then you're going to have something that messes up.
The Bucs' loss in Buffalo, their second in a row, wasn't all mess, however.
Sean Tucker breaks away for the touchdown.
Despite nagging injuries, the offense regained the fight it has shown most of the season.
I think without a doubt, the fight, the passion, the energy was there. I think mentally everybody was locked in, whether, lost focus during the game or just didn't make the plays. That's the difference there.
But now the focus has to shift to yet another team in the playoff picture with a trip to Los Angeles to play the Rams, who are tied for the best record in the NFC.
A lot of good teams in the NFC, a lot of good teams in the NFL. The Rams are one of them. So,
of course, a win over the Rams Sunday night would mean a lot more for the Bucs than just a chance to get back in the win column. It would be a confidence boost of sorts for this team that goes into yet another measuring stick type game against one of the best in the NFL at the moment.
Being able to go out there and get a big win on the road on Sunday Night Football, I think would be big. I think for everyone in this locker room, I think the confidence, moving forward. But I think it'd be big.
Confidence to continue to show a fight.
So savvy.
That this Buccaneers team has since week 1.
That's the mentality we have to come out with, starting fast, being physical, especially on offense.
In Tampa, I'm Sean Berry, Fox 13 Sports.
Well, another day, another college coaching plot twist. Earlier in the day, a report from On3.com claimed Tulane head football coach John Sumrall was actually scheduled to interview at Florida on Thursday. Turns out that is not true. Multiple outlets saying it will not occur, and furthermore, it was never even scheduled. All right, to hockey, where the Lightning got a big win at home last night over those New Jersey Devils with assistant coach Jeff Halpern filling in behind the bench. John Cooper unable to be there last night, citing personal reasons. Bolts were led by Jake Gensel, who collected his 11th career hat trick in a 5-1 victory. Halpern says it's such a veteran team, made his fill-in job pretty easy.
I think for myself to come in on the bench, I think my job was to make sure get out of the way of those guys, and they've always responded well to any sort of adversity, and tonight was no different. So for me, it was enjoyable. Circumstances obviously not ideal, but just to be able to be a part of that was great.
So the Bolts will wrap up their 3-game homestand tomorrow night against Edmonton at 7:30. Stay with us. 5 o'clock news back right after this.
places.
Finally, this hour, local artists spent the day putting the finishing touches on some outstanding creations. The annual Sand Sculpting Festival, Standing Ovations, kicks off tomorrow on Treasure Island. The big event is making a triumphant return. The city had to cancel last year's festival because of Hurricanes Helene and Milton. There are more than 20 sculptures out there, and this year's theme is the Gallery of Sand because all of them will be inspired by works of art. As you can imagine, it is a time-consuming process. The festival's founder tells us a lot goes into building these sculptures.
And it's simple. You build it up and you carve it down. So we take wooden forms and we fill them with sand and water. It's kind of like doing construction work. Sand and water compact, sand and water compact. And you continue that until you get to the height that you want. Then you start at the top and you take those forms off and you carve your way down. Once you come down, you can't go back up.
If you build it, they will come. And if you would like to, Standing Ovations will begin tomorrow and run through Sunday. Admission is free, and this year they're promising more activities and family fun than ever before. That includes kite flying, fireworks, and sand sculpting lessons for the kids. For more information, including the schedule of the events, visit standingovationsmasterscup.com. That'll do it for us at 5, but stay right there.
The Fox 13 6 o'clock news starts right now.
Obviously, there's exceptions to everything, but that's kind of our hopes, is that this is the reality check for him that needs to happen.
That is right now at 6, a father facing charges for felony child neglect, the conditions at the home of his 3 children when he was arrested.
Every single decision that we make is a gamble at this point.
School boards struggling to navigate a new Florida law forcing them to share space with charter school students. Why they say it's impacting their ability to plan for the future.
There's a whole new level of anxiety for folks as they try to figure out what to do and what they're going to have to give up.
Healthcare costs are set to rise as Affordable Care Act subsidies expire, what one Florida senator is now suggesting.
From Tampa Bay's #1 news station, this is the Fox 13 6 o'clock news.
Good evening, I'm Allie Corey.
And I'm Mark Wilson. So glad to have you with us tonight. First up here at 6, horrible living conditions for children inside this home. Sarasota police tell us that they found more beer cans on the ground and in the fridge than edible food for the kids who were living here. Well, Sarasota father tonight is now facing a number of felony child neglect charges from what officers discovered there at that house. As Fox 13's Kimberly Quizon reports for us, police say at first they tried to work with the father to get him some help, but they finally had to arrest him.
A daily patrol brought Sarasota police to this home in the 1700 block of 23rd Street. A man known to be homeless, asleep outside, caused officers to stop, but it's what they found inside that caught their attention.
An infestation of cockroaches. There was an above-ground swimming pool that was in the living room. It was full of trash and debris. There was beer cans all throughout the house.
And Sarasota police say 3 children, ages 10, 11, and 14 were living here with their father, 48-year-old Tony Maynard.
We withheld criminal charges at that point just because we were trying to get them connected to services and kind of do some education and encouragement with the family and hopefully keep the kids out of being in the system.
The kids were not enrolled in school. Sarasota police says Maynard told them he was homeschooling them by telling them stories and using YouTube videos. Officer Nate Lynn, his partner, and others went to work, bringing community partners together and informing DCF to help the family get back on track.
Church of the Palms Food Bank, they provided a lot of groceries for these folks. We got in touch with Streets of Paradise. We obtained furniture for the home.
But Officer Lynn said the work they did only went so far. A check-in brought disappointing results.
It was like hitting the restart button, and the house was in the same conditions.
DCF was brought back in.
There wasn't even a door on the refrigerator, so there was literally rotting meat that was in the fridge and beer.
Tony Maynard was arrested on 3 charges of child neglect. At the time, Sarasota police say he tested positive for meth. Officer Lynn says they would have liked a different outcome, but that didn't happen.
We gave him numerous opportunities to fix himself.
In Sarasota, Kimberly Quizon, Fox 13 News.
So Maynard has pleaded not guilty and he has bonded out of jail. Now, DCF originally released the children to another family member, but Sarasota police say that they were returned to the father's home. We reached out to DCF for comment, but have not yet heard back.
Well, Well, we are continuing to follow a news alert out of Polk County tonight, where we are working to learn more about a deputy-involved shooting. Sky Fox was over the scene a short time ago along Saturn Street in Lakeland here. Now, it is unclear at this point what led up to the shooting, but investigators are sharing with us that no deputies were hurt and the suspect was taken to the hospital. Of course, we're continuing to follow the story, and we hope to have more in our later newscasts. Well, a new Florida law allowing Schools of Hope charter schools to move into public school classrooms on the taxpayer dime. It's giving some school boards second thoughts about building new schools. It's an issue that came up during this week's Hillsborough County School Board meeting. Fox 13's Aaron Mesmer joins us now. So, Aaron, this is an issue that we keep hearing about, and it's not going away anytime soon.
No, it's not, Allie. And beginning this month, Schools of Hope charter companies can now declare their intent to move into undercapacity public schools. At the moment, it's unclear what districts can do to stop them. That's the result of a new law that went into effect back in September. Critics say this is causing chaos and uncertainty in public schools, just like it did during this week's Hillsborough County School Board meeting.
The community is asking for you to protect our public schools.
To a lot of public school parents, the expanded rights for Schools of Hope charter schools can be summed up like this.
The hostile takeover of our public schools by the Schools of Hope.
The issue took center stage during Hillsborough County School Board meeting Tuesday as board members approved school construction projects totaling nearly $150 million. 2 new schools are replacing Just Elementary and Stewart Middle Schools in Tampa, and a new middle school is being constructed in the South County area.
And my intention is to spend and rebuild in the areas that are underserved.
The concern for board members is whether charter school chains operating Schools of Hope will attempt to co-locate on the brand new campuses.
Every single decision that we make is a gamble at this point.
Board members say they aren't sure what exactly is permitted under a rule adopted by the state in September. It allows charter Schools of Hope to move into public schools with low enrollment for free. Districts would have to foot the bill for all services with taxpayer money. 2 Schools of Hope, both operated by the same for-profit charter school company, recently notified districts they plan to move into dozens of public schools across the state.
I received 22 notices.
But it's unclear whether new schools can be targeted. They often have multi-year plans to reach capacity. That didn't stop a School of Hope from sending a letter of intent to co-locate to one of the district's newest schools, Adem Pre-K through 8 school in South Tampa, which opened last year.
Any shiny new school, you're going to get a letter.
Board members Stacy Hahn and Patty Rendon wanted to give lawmakers a chance to revise the law before moving forward with the new schools.
To turn part of these buildings over for co-location would be devastating for our families and students.
Co-locating is real. It's at our back door. Legislators are going to have differences of opinions. They could be changing things.
But the rest of the board decided not to let the uncertainty surrounding Schools of Hope stall the projects.
Things are constantly moving, and we're never going to have any clarity.
Schools of Hope were initially created to give families in low-performing school zones more options for their kids. The program continues to be hailed as a huge success by Governor DeSantis and the Florida Board of Education. But Pinellas County State Senator Dale Roussan recently told us the expansion of the law is chaotic, and he plans to draft legislation to undo this new rule that allows co-location in public schools. Mark?
Hopefully you get some clarity on that. Aaron, thanks much. So the effort to help Obamacare customers with rising premiums, that's now underway with Senator Rick Scott, pitching a plan to create health savings accounts. Now, subsidies that help nearly 5 million Floridians that pay for health care are set to expire, and that could send costs skyrocketing. So with the subsidies ending, will they be extended? Will legislators try a different approach? Well, Fox 13's Evan Axelming. Check that out.
Well, Republicans for more than a decade, including President Trump, have promised to reform America's health care system. Now, Senator Rick Scott says the answer is to send money straight to those who need it in the form of health savings accounts. But there are warnings over that plan, too.
Senator Rick Scott is spearheading the Republican effort to find their own signature health care plan.
It's really important to me because I watched my family not have it.
He's urging the GOP to sign on to a plan that would scrap Obamacare subsidies for some and giving Americans a stipend to stash in a health savings account. That would be used either for doctor visits, catastrophic insurance, or for co-payments and deductibles. He's also insisting that doctors and hospitals be forced to post their prices.
You shouldn't be surprised about anything in healthcare, and you'll make a good decision. So if you do those things, you're going to drive down healthcare costs.
He couldn't immediately pinpoint a number, but said the HSA payment should mirror the Obamacare subsidies being given. Democratic senators ended the shutdown while urging the House to vote to extend those subsidies, which are for those making between 2 and 5 times the poverty level of $16,000. Premiums are also expected to sharply rise.
I'm not terribly hopeful that we'll see a vote in the House, and that's disheartening, to say the least.
One healthcare group that has urged Florida to expand Medicaid warns that Scott's idea of HSAs would separate those who are generally healthy from those who need more extensive care. Because the healthy would be unlikely to buy big insurance plans, there would be little to offset the higher costs of caring for the sick.
All this money that would go to HSAs and whatever plan is being talked about would be really siphoned out of the program, and I think goes to further destabilize the ACA.
Senator Scott says states could restart pools of high-risk patients in hopes of capping out-of-pocket costs. All sides have incentives to prevent the increases in prices for multiple reasons, for health care and for politics.
I've been meeting with the White House. I've been meeting with Democrats. I've been meeting with Republicans and say, this is how the base structure works. We've got to reinvent this.
The president has endorsed the idea of sending money directly to Americans to buy their own health care, but how much would those payments be? And are there enough members of Congress willing to rewrite those rules as an election year begins to kick off? Evan Axelbank, Fox 13 News.
Well, still to come tonight, the bill to release the Epstein files now on the president's desk awaiting his signature.
So far, he hasn't done that yet. Coming up at 6:30, the latest word from the Trump administration on their next move, now that Congress has voted to force the files into the open.
But first, a treasure for blind and visually impaired students at one Bay Area school. The grant giving them access to hundreds of new books. Hey, Paul.
Hi, Allie. A great afterglow on the Clearwater Beach camp tonight. Isn't that nice? It really is. Sunset was at 5:36. Finally, on the 7th day, we're talking about the arrival of a cold front. It's out there. Got a ways to go. We'll have that. We'll discuss a little Thanksgiving weekend preview coming up in about 10 minutes. Stay tuned.
Well, many of us love to read a good book. There's really nothing better.
Yeah, as Fox 13's Lloyd Sowers tells us tonight, some kids in Brandon have a new library made especially for them.
We'll be starting on chapter 21.
Being blind has never stopped 12-year-old Anya Purvis from reading.
What was the first state to allow women to vote? Wyoming.
She learned Braille when she was 3.
Don't you want some pizza? Elena asked. Some people think I can't do everything, and that is frustrating because I know that I can do a lot. I can do literally anything except see.
But at the Media Center at Mann Middle School in Brandon, Anya was frustrated.
I noticed that when she came in with her classes and some of our other students, they would often just have a seat at the table and they couldn't participate, and it broke my heart.
My sighted peers, they all have books in their hands or books or a Kindle, and so they're reading with their eyes. As Braille readers, we read with our fingers.
Anya is one of 14 blind or visually impaired students at Mann. Teachers have to translate lessons into Braille for the students.
But it all comes from that 6 dots.
There was Braille for the lessons, but what about checking out a book at the library to read for fun, as Anya loves to do?
My sighted peers would come in and they would check out books, and I'd just be sitting on the sidelines doing absolutely nothing.
But all that changed on this day with a new Braille and large print library. They received grants and other funding for over 150 new books for the blind and visually impaired. Their teachers say it's a lasting treasure.
For all the children that are coming, all the children who are in elementary school or preschool or have yet to be born that are going to get to come to Mann Middle School.
And Anya will never have to sit by again as her classmates check out a good book.
I'm just so grateful, and I'm glad that we have an inclusive school.
In Brandon, Lloyd Sowers, Fox 13 News.
That's fantastic.
Today, today's reader, tomorrow we're leader, right?
Tomorrow leader, yeah.
Got it. Yep, neat.
That's right.
What
do you want to tell us?
I'm here. This is me on Memorex. It's the same thing. Different day, same old stuff. But finally, for the first time coming to work today, and I was talking to Nash and Val, and I said, finally, we get a little front coming our way. So in about 7-8 days, and the timing will be such that probably some more chill towards the Thanksgiving long weekend.
We just perked out.
So that's something.
I
That's
love
something.
it.
No more 85s
So
and
the
80s.
birds are going to need a sweater.
It will. No, maybe not Thanksgiving Day. Maybe Friday and the day after. We'll see. We'll watch it.
Right.
In the meantime, another good sunset that happened. Let's see, 29 minutes ago, 30 minutes ago, more than that. Beautiful sky. Crystal River cam looks really good. What else do we have? Clearwater Beach cam. A little bit of an afterglow. Mostly clear sky. Some high cirrus clouds, making for a great sunset, and some boats out in the distance. That's kind of a cool view, isn't it? Over the pier. And 76 degrees from downtown looking to the west. I'm not sure, but to the left of the 76, I think, and I haven't looked this up in a while, I think that's the evening star Venus. I'll check it out. In the wintertime, we start seeing the planet Venus kind of showing up brightly in the evening sky. And 76 degrees looking downtown. Big trough out west. This has been going back to last week when there was rain in California. Now it's moved inland. This is live in Sedona. Raining and cold and 45 degrees. Nice foliage still underway in the foreground. It's raining in Vegas. It was rain and snow in Flagstaff. Raining in Phoenix. Raining in Tucson. Just a chilly, damp day in the desert Southwest. Not damp to cold frost. We hit 82. We're way above average again today. We will stay above average, I think, for the next 5, 6, 7 days with a cold front. And any one of these cold fronts that move our way, we have one hope, and that's for rain. I mean, that would be a nice thing. For now, high pressure in full control. We'll continue the routine of little changes day by day. Today was 2 degrees cooler than yesterday. There'll be minor changes, but generally speaking, it's the same stuff. Sunny and warm in the afternoon, clear at night, some patchy fog. That's it, nonstop through the middle of next week. 76 in Tampa. Plant City the same. Apollo Beach 75. West Chase 74. Northern counties cooler up in Crystal River 68. Brooksville 73. Wesley Chapel 75. Venice here 74. Inland after a day in the low to mid 80s, we've cooled into the 70s. There's high pressure up in the panhandle. This wavy front not moving anywhere anytime fast. A little light rain up in the Great Lakes states. There's the little upper level low spinning and spinning and spinning and producing rain in the valleys and a little snow up by Flagstaff this morning. Saw some photos on social media of snow on the interstate around Flagstaff. Raining and damp in Vegas and some rain out by Albuquerque with some snow out in the Rockies. We'll go clear. We'll go patchy fog tonight. 50s and 60s. And tomorrow, oh, we've seen this before, mid-80s. Notice the little strip of yellow near the coast. The sea breeze now makes a difference. It'll be a smidge cooler along the coast. Last week had a big winter trough along the east. Now we've done a 180. It's a big ridge. That ridge not going to break down soon, but it will next week. An approaching trough coming out of the Four Corners will kind of eat away at the ridge, and that should allow a cold front to go by. But again, we're talking long term, maybe 7, 8, 9 days from now. Clear, patchy fog, 66, 85 on Thursday, 84, 85 degrees on Friday. The weekend looks good. Any outdoor plans you have, temps in the low to mid 80s. Scott.
Thank you, Paul. All right, coming up in sports, you know, things didn't work out here for former second-round draft pick Kyle Trask, released at the start of this season. But now the Bucs' former backup quarterback is playing for the enemy. Details on the former Gators' new opportunity. And the Bucs hitting the indoor practice facility today for a little walk-through Wednesday practice. A slow start to the week with a ton of guys missing in action. Find out why ahead in sports. As if the plague of injuries the Bucs have faced this season is not enough, now we got a bug running through team headquarters, bad enough to sideline 5 coaches and 15 players from today's walkthrough Wednesday practice. So that certainly brought down the numbers in attendance today, but the guys were inside. Todd Bowles also not saying yet whether guys like Bucky Irving, Chris Godwin, or Hassan Reddick have gotten the green light yet, only that they're going to see some increased reps throughout practice this week, and they'll be reevaluated later in the week. Looking to snap back-to-back losses this Sunday night in L.A., facing a Rams team that has got the longest active winning streak right now in the NFC at 5 and maybe one of the best teams in the league.
They definitely are. I mean, they're playing great ball right now. They don't beat themselves. They get very few penalties. They take care of the football, and they play very hard on defense. So they're definitely in the top 2.
Them, us being very similar offenses. That they hear all of our calls all the time. Just going against their own offense. So I think that'll be a little tough. And then their front, their D line. They're tough guys. I think a combination of both those things will be tough. But we'll be ready.
The Atlanta Falcons confirming today that their second-year quarterback Michael Penix Jr. will indeed have season-ending knee surgery, needing a full ACL reconstruction. No definitive timetable yet on his recovery. The Tampa Bay Tech product was removed from Sunday's game in the third quarter, so in steps Kirk Cousins to take over now as the Falcons starter. And the Falcons have added yet another quarterback by signing former Buccaneer Kyle Trask today. He joins Atlanta's practice squad, so he's an emergency third-string quarterback. This is his first opportunity with another team since being released from the Bucs back in August. The second-round pick out of Florida in 2021 saw very limited action here in his 3 seasons, a total of just 11 attempts and 4 completions. Well, some mixed messaging coming out of Gainesville on this Wednesday. Reports started to circulate earlier in the day that Tulane head coach John Sumrall was going to be interviewed for the Gators head coaching job on Thursday. But those reports have since been disputed by others, saying it is not happening and was never even scheduled. All right, to the ice now. Big night for the Bolts last night, dominating the New Jersey Devils 5-1, but leading the way was this gentleman, Jake Gensel, registering his 8th career hat trick, 3rd since joining the Bolts, a goal in each period. He now has 6 goals in his last 5 games. He's heating up, and 11 on the season, which is just 3 off the league lead, making the most of his chances last night.
It's always nice when you can produce, and just obviously very fortunate to be able to score goals in this league. So you take them as they come, and hopefully there's many more. It's nice when you get off to a lead early, and it's a full 60-minute game. So it's a good effort from everyone, and hopefully we can build this one.
Got Edmonton at home coming up tomorrow night. USF men's hoops has already proven one thing this season. This team can score. 3 of their first 4 games of the season, they've cracked triple digits, already surpassing the amount of times they did that all of last year. Tonight, their toughest test to date. A visit to Gallagher-Iba Arena in Stillwater, Oklahoma, a legendary venue, and an undefeated Oklahoma State team awaits. Yes, an ironic matchup tonight, given the current connection between these 2 programs on the football side. But it's all business for the Bulls this evening. Head coach Brian Hodgson looking to take that next step as a program tonight. You got tip-off at 8 o'clock.
Oklahoma State's good, boy. They drilled Texas A&M by 20-something points here a week and a half ago. They're deep in a talented team, and they're really well coached. Coach Lutz does a phenomenal job. Top 40 defense in the country. They're big, they're physical, they look like a Big 12 team. So we've got our hands full, but definitely a team we feel like we can compete with, and we're gonna go in there and try to get a win on Wednesday.
It's going to be a fun one tonight. I've been to many games inside Gallagher-Iba Arena, having worked in Oklahoma for the early part of my career, and those crowds are right on top of you, and that place is shaking. So it'll be fun for the guys.
Makes a difference.
Yeah.
It does. All right, Scott, thanks.
We'll be right back.
Central on Fox.
Right now at 6:30, awaiting a signature, the Senate officially sent the Epstein Files Transparency Act to the president's desk. What's next now for this legislation? Plus, department showdown. The head of the Education Department points to the recent government closure as proof the department's not needed. Who is questioning that claim now? And a ban on trading. There's a new push to keep members of Congress out of the stock market where they can profit from inside information. Why some think it could pass, finally, this time. First, President Donald Trump's expected to sign a bill that will force the Justice Department to release all of their records related to sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. That bill was sent to the president this morning. So far, he has still not yet signed it.
As Fox's Rebecca Castor reports tonight, the legislation received overwhelming bipartisan support from lawmakers on Capitol Hill.
So we're going to have a moment of silence, but I think we should just have a moment of celebration.
Long-awaited cheers from survivors of Jeffrey Epstein's sex crimes after hearing the news Tuesday that both the House and Senate voted to release the Epstein files.
For decades, these survivors have fought tirelessly. Today, we are closer than ever.
All it takes now is President Trump to sign the bill. Then the Justice Department has 30 days to release all unclassified materials, including travel and financial records, emails, and interview transcripts.
When these files come out, and they will, it's going to shock the conscience of this country because the survivors have told us that there are a lot of people implicated.
And there's already some fallout over documents released last week. Former Harvard president and Clinton Treasury Secretary Larry Summers announced he's resigning from the board at OpenAI after emails revealed he continued to communicate with Epstein after his 2008 conviction.
The goal for Democrats in this one has been to get Donald Trump. And I got news for them. They're not going to get Donald Trump. They're going to get a lot of their own.
Trump has called the Epstein investigation a Democrat hoax, but says he will sign off on the files release.
What I just don't want Epstein to do is detract from the great success of the Republican Party.
The DOJ has already released tens of thousands of documents to the House Oversight Committee, which is conducting its own investigation. But so far, there's no sign that any Epstein list exists. In Washington, Rebecca Castor, Fox News.
The prosecution of former FBI Director James Comey hit a snag today over questions about the grand jury indictment. After a back and forth between the judge, defense attorneys, and prosecutors, the government acknowledged that the indictment used to charge Comey was never shown to the full grand jury. Comey's defense attorney said the revelation is grounds for dismissing the case. But the judge said he needs some time to sort through the complex and weighty issues before ruling on the request. The indictment accuses Comey of misleading Congress in 2020 when he was asked about anonymous leaks during the Russia collusion investigation. Comey's defense team says the indictment is part of a revenge campaign by President Trump against his political enemies. Well, the Department of Education signs a series of interagency agreements to shift its power into a handful of offices and programs to other federal agencies. It is the latest move by the Trump administration to begin dismantling the department after the president signed an executive order in March calling for its complete shutdown. Fox's Mike Emanuel has the story.
The Federal Department of Education furloughed 90% of its staff. And what happened? Nothing.
Education Secretary Linda McMahon releasing a bold new video on X this week using the record-long government shutdown as another example of why the Department of Education should be dismantled.
If 90% of an agency supposedly governing education can disappear for weeks without disrupting education, do we really need it at all?
The campaign came as the Department of Ed announced a sweeping new plan to hand off some of its biggest grant programs to other federal agencies. This includes the Department of Labor to handle all federal funding for K-12 schools, and the State Department, which will oversee foreign language and international programs. McMahon called the changes a test run.
I call it the proof of concept. Well, we'll move it, we'll see how it works, we will deliver then to Congress the outcomes, and we then hope that Congress will then vote to codify.
But some Democrats see danger ahead.
chaos on top of chaos on top of chaos. That's seems to be Trump's approach on all of this.
The Department of Education was created by Congress. The president does not have legal authority to tear it down.
The new plan did not include information on the future of the nation's student loan program or its funding for students with disabilities. In Washington, Mike Emanuel, Fox News.
Mike, thanks. Excuse me. Flight cancellations were a major disruption during the government shutdown, and now a bipartisan group of lawmakers wants to protect air traffic controllers ahead of the busy travel season. Well, this bill proposes funding salaries, operating expenses, and other FAA programs by tapping into a little-used $2.6 billion fund. Transportation Committee staffers estimate that would provide enough funding to keep FAA operating for 4 to 6 weeks. The fund was created years ago to reimburse airlines if the government commandeers planes for military operation or another use and then damages them, but that's not very common anymore. The last time there was a claim was 2021.
If we have just at least that release valve to make sure that the controllers get paid and we don't have this disruption in the future.
Well, over the years, lawmakers have tried a handful of fixes to keep essential aviation workers paid during these funding lapses. What could make this bill more attractive is its reliance on the fund, limiting the potential cost of doling out those paychecks. So there's this new bipartisan push here to ban lawmakers from trading stocks. Yes, it's been tried before, but this time some believe this latest attempt could get a little bit more traction.
Fox's Connor Hansen explains why it could work this time.
Lawmakers on both sides of the aisle say stock trading by members of Congress and the profits they're making are getting out of control.
When the stock portfolios of members of Congress regularly beat the S&P 500 and members leave the office with vastly higher net worths than when they arrived, the public is right to be alarmed.
If a new bill becomes law, lawmakers who violate the rules would be fined 10% of the value of their investment and lose out on any earnings. Lawmakers would have to divest their holdings or put them into a blind trust. The ban would also extend to close family members.
According to a 2024 report on data that is available, 46 members of Congress, amongst those who trade, outperformed the S&P 500 last year. 14 of those more than doubled that baseline.
These days, there are even apps tracking the trades of federal officials.
We just decided to start calling it out, tracking it, and building a way for people to get in on it, and it's become very popular ever since.
There have been attempts to pass similar laws in the past. Some argue limiting trading would discourage successful people from running for office, but not many have spoken publicly against a ban.
Members of Congress unequivocally have access to inside information. We do.
Some of the bill's backers say they plan to force a vote on the House floor, even if they need to go around party leadership. In New York, Connor Hansen, Fox News.
Stocks closed higher on Wall Street, snapping a recent slide as investors looked ahead to Nvidia's upcoming earnings. The Dow rose 47 points, the Nasdaq gained 131, and the S&P climbed 24.
So the Trump administration is exploring some new ways to make housing more affordable. Fox's Darren Bothello breaks down how the options are being considered now.
Experts say the next phase of U.S. housing policy will have to balance affordability, risk, and taxpayer exposure. Billionaire hedge fund manager Bill Ackman says he has a plan for how mortgage finance giants Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac could fit into that future.
I totally agree with the president's ambitions here. This achieves his objectives in a kind of slow and steady approach, but our view is rushing to an IPO is a mistake.
Ackman's hedge fund is the largest common shareholder in Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac. The two giant mortgage companies have been under government control since the 2008 financial crisis. Ackman proposed a three-step plan. Step one, acknowledge that the government bailout has been repaid.
The government lent $191 billion. The entities, the Fannie and Freddie, paid back $301 billion. The government got almost a 12% return.
Step two, make taxpayers official owners.
The government owns 79.9% of both companies. The government's still completely in control.
Step three, return the companies to the stock market.
Creating more transparency about these entities, listing them on an exchange where analysts can cover them, oversee them, investors can invest in them. And that gives the administration time to work through the capital rules, make sure that there's no threat to the mortgage market.
And as far as the timeline goes, Ackman said a deal like this could be finalized before the end of the year. In Washington, Darren Bothello, Fox Business.
Darren, thanks. A major threat to public health is next. The warning from scientists about the impact ultra-processed foods are having on our well-being. So the increase in ultra-processed food has scientists warning of a growing global health threat.
And they're urging countries to take steps now to reduce consumption. As Fox's Jonathan Siri reports, the United States has an especially serious problem with this issue.
More people are eating ultra-processed foods, and global experts say it's threatening public health. One of the most respected medical journals, The Lancet, has published a series of papers linking the products to multiple chronic conditions.
This was at the beginning a surprise because it was not just obesity, diabetes, the obvious outcomes, but also things like depression, like gastrointestinal diseases.
Ultra-processed foods, such as those with artificial colors and preservatives, make up more than half of the average American's daily calories. And the study's authors say the trend is increasing globally. Sales grew to $1.9 trillion in 2023, with just 8 companies controlling nearly half the market.
It's not more expensive to eat healthier, but very often it's the only thing that people have access to.
One French study of more than 100,000 people found those who ate the most ultra-processed foods were vegetarians.
They think they are doing good for their health, while instead they are eating produces completely recomposed with many emulsifiers, flavors, and so on to look like salmon or meat.
Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr.'s Make America Healthy Again movement has also drawn attention to the link between poor health and diet. But so far, the White House is focused on reducing the use of artificial colors and food additives. Researchers suggest governments adopt taxes on sugary drinks and warning labels to reduce consumption. In Atlanta, Jonathan Siri, Fox News.
Well, stay with us. Chief Meteorologist Paul Delegato has another check of your forecast when we come back.
.com/save.
So flying cars have been a symbol of the future here for generations now, but despite years of these prototypes, they haven't managed to quite take off just yet.
A number of companies are going all out to bring personal flying vehicles to a sky near you. And Fox's Max Gordon is at an airstrip in Watsonville, California, with a look at one such model.
The future is here, and it's taken off. Behind me is Pivotal's personal aircraft. It's all electric, has 2 wings, 8 motors, 8 rotors, and it can go for around 20 minutes and flies between 20 to 25 miles. It takes off vertically and lands vertically, which means no runway is required.
It's got a lot of versatility because you can fly from your backyard. If you've got a clearing that's, say, 60 feet around or 100 feet around, that's more than enough room for you to get off the ground vertically, go into horizontal flight, and go visit a friend.
This comes as the Trump administration recently announced a pilot program to fast-track advanced air mobility vehicles like the ones manufactured by Pivotal, with the hopes of expanding connectivity to rural communities, reducing congestion on roads, and for enhancing emergency services and medical transport. Pivotal's personal flying vehicles fall into what's known as the ultralight category of aircraft, and you don't technically need a license or even really training to fly one, though the company does provide training for all of the aircraft it delivers, and so far has trained 50 pilots. So you might be asking at this point, what's the price? Well, one of these could be yours for between $190,000 to $260,000. In Watsonville, California, Max Gordon, Fox Business.
That is crazy looking.
The price is only going to drop, though, Yeah. Especially you get people around here who know what this traffic's like.
Yeah, I just hope that people
have mortgage the house for that.
Yeah, but people need licenses to drive those things. I mean, he said that you're not required to have it, but I feel like you should.
Well, we just have our teenage kids because they grew up on video games. They'll be able to fly them.
People would buy them and they still would use their blinkers. Yeah. That's how it works. Look outside tonight, and we confirmed on the quad box it's dark. We have our earliest sunsets of the year, the next couple of days and weeks. Clearwater Beach cam looks good. Top left is downtown Tampa. Bottom left is downtown Sarasota. USF Marine Science Camp. Beautiful day today. Low to mid 80s for everybody. They'll be about the same setup as we go through next week. And then the discussion, like it did a couple weeks ago, is going to turn to the approach of a cold front. And we'll get the timing down pat. Looks to be Thanksgiving, maybe the day after. We'll track it. 76 degrees from our view in downtown Tampa, looking to the west-southwest. Highs today. Check out Sebring. I said last night there'd be spots inland that could be closer to 90 than 80. Case in point, Frostproof, Sebring, and Lake Placid. And also, how about Wauchula at 86 degrees? This is percentage of normal rainfall for the past 30 days. Red is not good, and that is pretty much a setup across the entire West Coast. Again, this is the percentage of average rainfall for the past 30 days. Now, admittedly, this is a dry time of year. So if you're a little bit below average, a dry time of year, it's going to look like this. But we want to see, some greens and blues and purples. Maybe we'll get some rain with the cold front next week. That would be a good thing. We'll kind of watch it day by day. Partly cloudy and warm tonight. No fronts will be heading our way for the next 7 days. So it's the same old thing. One night could be a bit cooler. Depending on the sea breeze, highs will be in the low to mid 80s all the way through Wednesday of next week. And then by Thursday and Friday, Thanksgiving day after, we should be dealing with a cold front that'll be moving our way. 71 Palm Harbor. New Tampa, you're 72. Plant City, you're 75. Brooksville, 73. Dade City, 75 degrees. Nice night. Lakewood Ranch, 76. And then inland, everybody is in the low to mid 70s. Not much going on around the country. No big storms. Got a wavy front. North of this front, it's chilly. You've got more persistent rains in the desert southwest. As I said, north of a front, it's chilly. Indy is 43. Chicago is 44. 41 in Detroit. This is the time of year. Sometimes you get a low overcast. It gets dark early. I'm not saying it's depressing, but it's just a short day. Many cases a dark and a cold day. That was the case today in the Great Lakes states. Lows tonight, 50s and 60s. Highs tomorrow again in the low to mid 80s. What we have to do, if you want a cold front, if you want some rain, what we need to do is break down the ridge. The ridge makes the air sink, and it effectively acts like a block and keeps all the weather away from us. We got to break this down. I think we will, but it'll take some time. It'll take a while. Not through this weekend. It's this trough out west that may eventually kind of eat away at this ridge and allow a cold front to go by, as I said, in about a week to 8 days. Clear, patchy fog, and 66. Tomorrow, lots of sunshine. Warm afternoon, 85, and on Friday, more sunshine and 85 degrees. No sign yet of any big cooling on the 7-day. We'll talk about the arrival of that cold front tonight at 10. Back to you.
All righty, Paul, thanks. As people lean on artificial intelligence to help with more and more these days, some are now turning to it for lottery numbers. Have you thought of that yet? Up next, we'll break down the chances that may help you win a prize.
Real prices.
So artificial intelligence, it's touching every facet of our lives. And now some people are even using AI to try to find their winning lottery numbers.
But can AI really help your odds of winning a prize? Fox's Jennifer Williams breaks down those chances.
Many trying their luck with the lottery are turning to AI to help them pick those lucky numbers in hopes of striking it rich. Would you use AI to help you pick lottery numbers?
I think I would, yeah. Absolutely. Never thought about it, but yeah.
No.
I would.
Yes, 100%.
I tried it once
but it was not a success.
Depending on where and when, absolutely, yeah. You'd have to. I mean, if it's telling you so much information, you're going to want to get the important information out of that AI, for sure.
Cybersecurity experts caution using AI in this way is really more for fun than anything else.
This gives the user the illusion of control. People often feel that they have a better chance with a system than a quick pick or emotional numbers tied with birthdays and such. And so if they have that system, it feeds into the desire for more control for a statistically informed chance.
Robert Siciliano, the CEO of ProtectNowLLC.com, admitted he even asked ChatGPT about this trend.
There are many people that have been successful using AI to help pick their numbers because it does provide a level of statistical probabilities that may enhance your chances. However, if you've got 1 million people doing the exact same thing, you're going to have to split those winnings.
As for any potential security concerns,
pretty much everything that you pump into ChatGPT or Gemini, that in some way it's being regurgitated. So know that there's some type of a trail regarding information that you provide to AI. And at some point that may pop up in ways in which we don't quite know yet.
As for the New Yorkers we spoke to, as you heard earlier, they were pretty split and seemed to rely on AI for bigger decisions.
We don't play the lottery, so I wouldn't do it at all. Maybe stocks, though.
The other day, I used AI to tell me if I should take a job or not. AI is just, it's just the future.
I've never tried it, but I might consider trying it.
I don't trust AI like that much right now, so I mean, it's system generated, so if anything, I'll still trust my instinct and choose my own numbers.
Just get lucky. Just be lucky. If it's your time, it's your time.
In Herald Square, Jennifer Williams, Fox News.
What do you think? Would you use it?
No.
Yeah.
I'm with him on the trust factor.
Right?
Not yet.
The trust factor. And also, they say follow your gut. Well, AI doesn't really have a gut, does it?
No. That's the problem.
That's the problem.
Or conscience.
Yes. All right. Well, we are out of time, but the news keeps on going online on our Fox Local app on your phone or smart TV. Up next, it's Florida Tonight with Chris and Haley.
Indeed. Enjoy them. Have a great night. Back at 10. Hope to see you then.
Welcome in, Floridians, and those who wish they were. This is Florida Tonight. I'm Chris Cato.
And I'm Haley Hines. It's so good to see y'all. Pull up a chair, put your feet up, because here is what you have to look forward to tonight.
I do believe it was a miracle that day. All the planets were aligned. Everything happened. If it was any longer, I wouldn't have them.
A rescue reunion. A dog owner getting to meet the firefighters who saved his best friend from a house fire.
And bring out the bucket and shovel. The Gulf Coast premier sand sculpting event is happening this weekend in Treasure Island. We're taking you to standing ovations.
And crocodile wrangler Robert Irwin may be rocking the dance floor right now, but he's also getting ready to come to Florida. Maybe he wants to meet some of our crocs and gators. But let's start, though, with that heartwarming reunion today in Clearwater, where firefighters got to meet the dog owner, the owner of a dog that they saved from a house fire earlier this month.
A neighbor noticed the fire and called firefighters who saved Little Bandit, who was unresponsive inside. They used an oxygen mask to revive him. I got the chance to talk to his owner, Brian, tonight. Brian, tell us, what was it like when you got that first alert that there was a fire at your house? Take us through step by step.
So I literally started the dishwasher and I went to work, and my neighbor, Scott, was daylight savings day. He just happened to look down the road. He shouldn't have been up even. And he saw smoke. He had hit by a Ring doorbell camera. I had just gotten to work, and he said, "Your house is on fire." I said, "What are you talking about?" "Get my dog, get my dog." He was able to get into the house, but it was too hot for him to go in. So the fire department was, they got there really, really quick. These guys are a miracle, though. It's all a miracle. They wouldn't have happened without my neighbor. But these guys got in. Bandit was unresponsive on this bed. They brought him out, got him breathing again. Everybody from the paramedic, the firefighters, to the sergeant on duty, and the lady. They threw him in the back of a cop car. Once he was breathing, I got to touch him real quick and say, "Hello, Bandit, stay in there." When I rushed home from work, and he was in an oxygen chamber for over 24 hours. It was trying.
Oh, poor thing. I know. What did it mean to you when you got to see Bandit out of the house and being taken care of? That had to be such a relief.
It was. It's a reason to see him breathing. That was the most important thing. I could really, honestly, everything in the house was a loss, and I'm okay with that as long as it wasn't him. He was the main thing I was worried about. I didn't care about anything else.
Oh gosh.
Yeah.
Tell me about your house. How are you doing? How was everything?
So I'm doing good. I was able. Everything inside was a loss. And I was a renter, so it is what it is.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
It's okay. I was able to find a 1-bedroom furnished place for now, dog friendly, and so we assigned a 6-month lease, not too far away from where I was, and we're gonna chill out here for a while and do our thing.
Oh, it looks like Bandit's doing okay.
Yeah, he's doing great. He honestly he's turned around so much. From when we first got him back from the vet to now, he's back. He's 100% back. After squirrels, after fish, and he's just a crazy boy going back to his basics. Yeah.
Both your neighbor and the firefighters, true heroes, and you got to meet with the firefighters. Tell us about that. What that was
gosh.
like.
Chills. They all came down the fire pole, which was really cool. I'm sure you guys have some footage of it. My mom was there because this is her baby as well. And just to get to meet them, meet the gentleman that actually pulled Bandit out of the house. He gave me a nice challenge coin today that he had in his pocket the day he saved Bandit. I was able to give him a nice plaque that I had made for him. It was just so nice that they reached out to me to do this for Unity, because I really wanted to reach out to them to say, how can I say thank you to everybody at once? So they actually reached out to me and set this up, which was amazing.
We want to hear about Bandit. Tell us about him, his personality. How old is he? And we know he likes chasing squirrels.
Yeah, he likes chasing squirrels, and he likes jumping off my boat after fish. Really just a chill dog. And just an amazing boy. He really is.
Oh, you are a good boy. Bandit, Brian, we are so glad that you are well, and wish you many more happy days ahead as you recover from this, and truly appreciate you taking the time to share your story of good news.
Well, I appreciate you reaching out, and every day is a blessing. It truly is.
You're absolutely right.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
All right. Very nice to meet you.
For all that he's been through, he has just such a good attitude, such optimism, and boy, Bandit looks good. Seeing what he looked like in that oxygen chamber, and now he's just a regular dog wagging that tail, jumping around.
He's got a lot of spirit, and when every second counts like that, the fact that Brian knew where Bandit would probably be in that house, so firefighters could go right to him, that made all the difference, right?
And such an important thing to keep in mind if you have a pet. Where are the places that they usually hide or hang out during the day? Well, let's get a look at what is making headlines across our state. Here's your Florida Roundup.
Yeah, with Thanksgiving coming, a lot of people will be saying over the river and through the woods to grandmother's house we go. Just be sure not to go over the speed limit.
The reason I stopped you today is speeding and had you going 83 and a 45. What's the reason for that? You're not going to get there if you get in an accident, right?
She said she was trying to get home to grandma's. Well, Fort Lauderdale police stopped her for going 83 and a 45. Maybe grandma just baked some fresh cookies. Got to get them while they're warm, right? Either way, she got a ticket that will cost her some dough. At least she didn't go to jail, though. Speaking of which, what is this? Is that a porta potty being lifted into place? Nope, that is a jail cell. In Highlands County, they like to put their jails up high, apparently. They installed 20 high-security cells inside their new jail, and once they're all in place, they will close that big hole in the wall there, which is probably a good thing, or else you're going to have other problems, right?
Robert Irwin winning the hearts of all of America on Dancing with the Stars right now. And if you are a fan of his, you may get a chance to see him. He's coming to Jacksonville. He was picked as the mystery guest speaker for this year's Toast to Conservation. All the money raised from the event goes back to the zoo's conservation efforts and programs. It'll be February 10th, and you can reserve your tickets now, but expect to pay a high price to see the famous Aussie. Tickets start at $575,000. Oh my gosh, thousand. No, no, just $575. Oh Lord.
Okay, that's better.
We don't know what the highest ticket price is, but hey, it's all for a good cause.
It's all for a good cause, and you get to meet Robert Irwin. But you can spend a lot less and see some amazing creations in Treasure Island. The annual Standing Ovation Sand Sculpting Festival is happening this weekend.
Today, artists are putting the finishing touches on their pieces of art. Florida Tonight's Valerie Mills gives us a preview of this week's big event.
Hey, Florida Tonight, friends. I'm Valerie Mills here in Treasure Island, just working on my sand sculpture. Yeah, not coming together too great, but you know what? Maybe I'll leave this one to the pros. I'm inspired by all the beautiful sand sculptures here. Treasure Island for Standing Ovations. The soft launch for the event is on Thursday, but by Friday and through this weekend, things are in full swing. Just check out some of the sand sculptures here. Really just amazing to see what these artists can do, and something that is so worth coming out to see for yourself. I'm joined here with Jason from the city of Treasure Island. Thanks for being here with us. This is so cool to get a sneak peek of all of these really amazing pieces of art.
It's one of the best times we have here on Treasure Island each year. It's one of our biggest events, and we love having it every year.
Yeah, I was going to say, this has really become the premier event for Treasure Island. People coming all over to see everything here.
Definitely. I mean, it's last year, of course, we had to cancel it, but this has always been Treasure Island's biggest event, and it keeps getting bigger every year. This year, we even added a couple more sculptures. We added a few events for the kids, like sand sculpting classes on Saturday and some kite flying lessons. So it just becomes bigger and better, and so that's what we love, you know, to entertain people and bring them out here back to the beach.
And we've got the full festival this weekend, but then the encore happening next weekend. So you've got family, friends in town for Thanksgiving. What a better place to bring them to the beach, show them all the beauty here and all the art that is set up for this.
Yeah, we hope they come out here and they enjoy, you know, the festival. We'll have live music, we'll have kites, we'll have the sand sculptures, and then we hope they go and visit some of our local businesses because, you know, it's been a rough year for everybody. So this is going to bring more people out and bring them back to Treasure Island and show them that we're rebuilding and we're want people to come back and visit.
And this is a very big thing. We're going to have tons of vendors, arts, crafts, food, beer garden. You mentioned the live music kicking off this weekend, the Kite Festival. So there's something really for everyone here. And on top of that, we've got about 15 sand sculptures, all unique. Tell us a little bit about the theme that we're going with this year.
So this year they did the Gallery of Sand. And so Dan Doubleday and Meredith, they are founders of the event. And they just thought this was a place where people come into a gallery and see art. And so so they were inspired something kind of like the Dolly. So that's why the main sculpture that is back here, it's Dolly kind of inspired. It's like his brain and his thoughts that come out. So they just want to make this like a museum of art. And so everybody, all the sculptors are allowed to create what they would like, and their masterpieces, and so just make it a gallery of sand.
Yeah, and I know we have artists from 5 different countries, so very cool to be able to see that. Definitely not going to want to miss it. We have all the information on fox13news.com. For now, though, Valerie Mills from Treasure Island.
Oh man, I was hoping we could see how Val's sculpture turned out, the one she was working on there in the beginning.
She might get a few tips from some of the artists out there.
Tell you what, those things makes me feel pretty bad about my basic sandcastle, right?
The old plastic bucket and shovel. They had to start somewhere,
Start there, build upward, then you have Dolly's brain one day.
Well, still ahead on Florida Tonight, it is beginning to look like Christmas all across our state.
Better watch out, you better not cry, you better not pout, I'm telling you why. Santa Claus is coming to town.
In fact, he might already be in town. He's actually underwater in Central Florida right now.
We are showing you some of the fun that you can take part in next.
And as we go to a quick break, we want to say hello to our viewers and watching over in Miami Beach. Hi there. Lovely evening there for a stroll. Thank you guys for keeping us company, and we'll be right back.
when is the appropriate time to put up that holiday decor? A lot of us have already done it, including myself.
Yes, you have.
I have.
You're completely done, right?
Still have some more to do outside, but I'm getting there.
Okay. Inside's completely done.
Yes.
Well, trying to keep up with Haley is all of the theme parks in Florida. They've pretty much all decked out for the holidays now. And do you ever wonder just how long it takes them to put up all those lights and trees and other decorations? Well, check out this time-lapse video from Disney. I bet Haley didn't have to get a crane involved in her decorating.
Not yet.
Look at all this work for just one tree. I mean, quite a tree it is, but yeah. Oh, almost tipped over there. Let's fix it. There we go. Now the topper. If you can't tell, this is in the Magic Kingdom at Disney World.
Gosh, at least it's pre-decorated. They don't have to do that part.
True.
The park posted a surveillance view at just how long it takes to get the tree up and running on Main Street. And as you can see, all night long. But look at the sunset view. Gorgeous. Magic happens overnight.
It sure does. Just a little pixie dust, right?
Yeah. Well, more decorations up for the holidays. That includes Icon Park in Orlando that has now decked the drive for the holidays.
Yeah, our good friend David Martin previews the lineup of festive snowfalls, train rides, Santa photos, and a dazzling tree lighting ceremony on International Drive.
Open your mouth really big and look right into the camera and click. That would be one of our favorites.
While the big man himself is likely the marquee attraction for the holidays at Icon Park,
ho, ho, ho!
The International Drive hotspot has a ton of activities planned this season, starting on Friday night.
The big tree lighting ceremony we have is Friday at 6 o'clock. We're going to have Mayor Demings here and other special guests. And then right after that, one of our biggest restaurants, Helena, is offering free hot chocolate, and Pepsi is going to have games and activations. So it's a really low-cost way to enjoy a very special holiday kickoff.
Don't forget the North Pole decorated Pearl Express train rides on the plaza. And Sea Life Orlando at Icon Park adds to the joy with special visits from Scuba Santa. But hands down, one of the main reasons people come to Icon Park is to grab that annual and memorable photo with Santa. Greg Hobbs has been capturing heartwarming Christmas photos for nearly a quarter century.
What is the secret to capturing that magical moment?
You know, what we always wanted to do from the very beginning was have the interaction between the child and the old man. That was the idea. I had children that grew up with the terrible little Polaroid photos stuck on the refrigerator with just Santa, you know, sitting there with them. And I wanted something that was a lasting memory that people would pull out year after year and remember that age of the child with Santa and the visit.
What's one mistake that parents make in line?
Oh, I think a lot of times they think the introduction. I'll go to that one. They have the here, we're going to introduce you to Santa, and I will tell them, especially if they're about age 1, we do what we call coming in hot, which means don't let the children see Santa until they're already on his lap.
Oh.
And they think that it's better if they just introduce him and they'll get about 4 feet away and they have an explosion on their hands, and then we got to go back and pick up the pieces.
Make your 5-minute Santa reservation on the website, iconparkorlando.com. And remember, he always knows if you've been bad or good. Paolo, the cameraman, found out the hard way during his photo shoot.
Well, this should say everything.
Oh no. Paolo gets a lump of coal. On iDrive, David Martin, Florida Tonight.
We know Thanksgiving is just a couple of days away, but we have to talk about Christmas, specifically the food. It's the best part, right? One of the best parts.
Yeah, one of the best parts. Eat, drink, and be merry. That's what they say. And Universal Theme Parks is ready to do that, releasing its new menu for the holidays that will fill you with lots of Christmas cheer and calories, too.
There are 30 items on the list for this year, including several returns to the park. And we do want to warn you, you may try to lick the television screen checking these out. So let's start with Epic, which is Universal's newest park, where they say they will have several holiday-themed dishes this year, including Gronkel's bread pudding. It's at Mead Hall. From How to Train Your Dragon, it's a warm malted cinnamon bread pudding with yak nog anglaise, chocolate pop rocks, and vanilla ice cream. That item will surely make you pick up, right?
See what you did there. And of course, to the left there, you need something to wash down that bread pudding with. That's the Snoggle-Tog Spiked Nog. It's a malted chocolate cinnamon drink that is spiked with a spiced mead and ginger and hops and a whipped topping. Wow.
Ooh.
That'll put the horns on your Viking cap. Here's something else to fill your sweet tooth, a churro. Look at this thing, a gingerbread churro topped with peppermint marshmallows, holiday sprinkles, and a white chocolate Santa.
Oh, I like that. And if you love gingerbread, this is not the only treat you will find.
Run, run, run as fast as you can. You can't catch me. I'm the gingerbread man.
You're a monster.
I'm not the monster here. You are. You and the rest of that fairy tale trash poisoning my perfect world. Now tell me, where are the others?
Eat me.
All right, sorry we had to, right? And yes, you can eat him. Gingy the Cookie is returning this year from the movie Shrek. It, of course, includes the gumdrop buttons and icing. You can find it at DreamWorks Imagination Cafe. And be sure to rip the legs off first.
I forgot that he did that. That was rude. Maybe sweets aren't your thing. They have some savory options, too. This looks like it's for me, Haley. This is at Finnegan's Bar and Grill, a roasted petite tender steak that comes with cold cannon mashed potatoes, asparagus, and root vegetables, and a caramelized shallot gravy.
Ooh, that is a beautiful plate. Now, we do hate to be Scrooge, but you will have to wait to check these out because it opens on Friday. So you don't have to wait that long. But yum to all of them. I've never usually been a big churro person. I feel like they're a little bit dry sometimes, but with the little marshmallow topping.
Oh, sure.
Yes,
yeah.
please.
Can't go wrong with that. You haven't been to Epic Universe yet, right?
I have not.
Okay.
I'm one of the few people in Florida who hasn't visited yet.
You'll get there. We'll get you there. I will say outside of the holiday season, their food selections are pretty amazing. You're going to pay a little for them, but it's worth the splurge. And the great thing is you order through the app, and they're waiting on you whenever you get to whatever world you're visiting next.
Oh, that's great. Perfectly planned day. So do the intense rides first and then go on a food tour.
That's the plan right there. All right, so I know we just talked about Christmas, but of course Thanksgiving, we cannot forget Thanksgiving is right around the corner. And do you know the perfect method for cooking the big bird?
We have a few ideas by some pretty young experts.
Well, with Thanksgiving next week, of course, a lot of cooks in the kitchen will be asking, what is the best way to cook this turkey?
Well, if you need some ideas, you might use AI for help, but Polk County Schools is getting more creative than that.
Yeah, they just asked the elementary students at Carlton Elementary how to cook the bird, and the answers are, well, creative, to say the least. Here's the first one. This is from Grace. She says the first thing you have to do is catch the turkey. Yeah, yes. Grace is right. They don't just roll up frozen in a butterball bag, do they? Once you've got it, then you season it with cheese and salt. That sounds good. And cook it in the oven for 18 minutes at 70 degrees.
Ooh, that's rare. All right, here is another one. Casey says the best way to cook a turkey, again, you've got to catch it. Apparently, those are hard to find. I like the logic here. Then you season it with pepper, salt, sugar, and Cookie Crisp cereal. Okay, you know what? If you like the salty-sweet combo, this could work.
I like that.
And then you cook it in the oven for 4 minutes at 260 degrees and use the thermometer to check if it's done. That's a very important step.
That's smart, Casey. Safety first. Achilles taking a different approach, saying instead of catching a turkey, just get it from McDonald's. Why didn't I think of that? Then, of course, put some oil on it, put it on the stove and cook it for 16 hours at 2 degrees. That's a low burn there.
That's in reverse.
It's worth a try.
Okay, you know what? I like the creativity here. All different ways you can make a turkey. We are just about out of time, but speaking of Thanksgiving, have you thought about what you're thankful for this week?
I need to start thinking. Yeah, tomorrow is our last Thankful Thursday segment because we don't have a show next Thursday because we have food to eat, but we want to know what you guys are thankful for on this Thanksgiving, so email us your photos, messages, videos, whatever you want to send. Just tell us what you are thankful for this holiday season.
You can email that to FloridaTonight@fox.com or share a message on our Florida Tonight Facebook page. We will feature them tomorrow for a special Friendsgiving. And hey, you're invited. Just make sure to bring the green bean casserole.
No, sweet potato casserole. We've gone over this.
We can bring both.
Have a good night.